I hope everyone had their breakfast. Yes. Hopefully, yes. Yes or no. People who had breakfast didn't have breakfast. And some people are sipping. Oh, that's so nice. And I hope everyone is energetic over here, considering you all have had breakfast. And yeah, some people are sipping coffee. So it's really very nice to see. I think today is going to be really a very great day. I have a total positive vibe about this. I'm really full of energy with total positive energy, ready to drive the event. And I expect the same from you guys as well. So yeah, I hope this goes on very well. That is the reason I expect everyone over here to please come and take your seats so that in a few minutes we will start the event. And I also hope everyone is fully vaccinated over here. I'm fully vaccinated. I took the 2 doses. Everyone is fully vaccinated, yes? Awesome, awesome. And still everyone is wearing masks and following all the precautions. So it's really nice to see this. Yeah. And I hope everyone will continue to do the same till the end of the event, wearing masks and following proper precautions as well. So we are good to start. Okay, so let's kickstart today's event. So officially a very good morning to one and all over here and a very warm welcome to each one of you who has assembled here. I am Sai Shri. I'm a television presenter. I'm an actor. So today I'm going to be your host. So I hope the event is going to be really amazing. And it gives me great pleasure in welcoming you to the second edition of HYSEA Infrastructure Summit 2021. This prestigious event is organized by HYSEA Infrastructure Forum annually and features thought leaders and policy makers who share their expertise about future evolution of smart and sustainable infrastructure specific to IT or ITES industry. So this year, the theme of this event is a quest for legacy, the next gen infra with focus on smart mobility, energy and workplace. So a warm welcome to our guests of honor, Ms. Suman Mishra, CEO, Mahindra Electric Mobility Limited. And now I invite Mr. Bharni Arol, President HYSEA, also Mr. Ramesh Kaza, HYSEA Infra Forum leader, and our guest of honor onto the dais. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Ramesh. Welcome, Ms. Suman. Also welcome, Mr. Bharni. So there is a presentation of plans for you now. I guess that's a beautiful gift. Okay. So now I request all the dignitaries on the dais to light the lamp. And generally it's a tradition to start any auspicious occasion with the lighting of the lamp. And I also request Mr. Gibson Paul, Executive Director and Head of Operations, CBRE, to join the lamp lighting. So as of now, Mr. Gibson Paul is not available. So, oh, hi, welcome, Gibson. So I request all of you to kickstart the event by lighting the lamp. Thank you, Ms. Suman, Mr. Bharni, Mr. Ramesh, and Mr. Gibson. Thanks, everyone. Now, I invite Mr. Bharni Arol, President HYSEA and CEO InfoPeers, to formally welcome the guests.
So it's going to take 10 minutes. Ms. Suman Mishra, CEO Mahindra Electric Mobility Limited. Mr. Ramesh Kaza, Country Head, IT CIO, India, State Street, our HYSEA Infrastructure Forum leader. I think Mr. Lenny will be joining us shortly virtually from CBRE again. Ms. Ram Chandani, I think he's also around somewhere here, and Gibson from CBRE, and Mr. Sunil Sharma, IAS, Special Chief Secretary, Energy Department, who will also be joining very shortly. Our Chief Guest, Mr. Arvind Kumar, IAS, Special Chief Secretary, MAUD, and Director General, NIUM, who will also be joining us shortly. Managing Committee members of HYSEA, distinguished speakers, industry leaders, HYSEA Infrastructure Forum members who are organizing this entire event today, our HYSEA Secretariat colleagues, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. As the President of HYSEA, it gives me great pleasure in extending a very warm welcome to all of you to the second edition of HYSEA Infrastructure Summit. I'm very excited to witness the overwhelming response to this event. And I'm sure, knowing the Hyderabad culture, there'll be more people coming in a little late, but it's okay. We'll get started anyway. Just to give you an introduction about HYSEA for those who do not know, please be advised that HYSEA is about close to 30 years. We'll be completing 30 years this November, and has been serving the IT industry of Hyderabad since its inception and through the entire evolution of Hyderabad IT industry ecosystem. This incredible industry body has more than 300 member companies, covering 90% of the IT industry in Hyderabad. Our focus areas are fostering innovation ecosystem, nurturing competency and skill development, promoting SME growth, enhancing infrastructure, supporting emerging corridors, promoting women leadership, and facilitating CSR programs, and thus creating an environment conducive to the growth of IT industry in Hyderabad. HYSEA has been a pillar of strength to the Hyderabad IT industry during the pandemic. We worked very closely with the government and industry to ensure minimal disruption to the operations. Our approach of conducting surveys on vital operational aspects of the industry to gain better insights and subsequent reports published help our member community to plan and execute the right mitigative actions on a timely basis. I must say that with pride, of course, that the industry was very resilient and has overcome the major challenges both from an operational and business perspectives. One of the key reasons for the fast recovery and resilience is the fact that Hyderabad has better, stable, and robust infrastructure than the other cities in India. The power infrastructure, internet infrastructure, safety and security infrastructure, mobility infrastructure, in addition to very accessible and supportive government, collectively came to the rescue during this crisis time. I hope the worst is behind us and the path to the pre-pandemic situation is very short. The theme for today's summit, as you all know, a quest for legacy, the next gen infra, smart mobility, energy, workplace, which is very quite apt given the current economic landscape, given the growth potential of Hyderabad as well. The conference will cover key segments like future of transportation, smart transportation, government vision to make TUS future ready, workplace transformation post-pandemic opportunities and challenges, humanizing workspace, handling the challenges of post-COVID workspaces, environment and sustainability challenges ahead. Before our distinguished speakers deliberate on every aspect of this theme, let us get to the basics of infrastructure. There can be many definitions to the word infrastructure. The one that I like goes like this. Infrastructure means those basic facilities and services which facilitates different economic activities and thereby help in economic development of the country, education, health, transport, communication, banking and insurance, irrigation and power, and science and technology, etc. A comprehensive infrastructure development is a vital component in engaging a country's economic growth, in encouraging a country's economic growth. In the context of our IT industry, in addition to physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure plays a major role in our future growth. Digital infrastructure comprises the physical resources that are necessary to enable the use of data, computerized devices, methods, systems, and processes. For example, internet backbone, fixed broadband, mobile telecom, network infrastructure, data centers, IoT, and digital communication suites, including apps. The digital infrastructure has become indispensable not only to the functioning of next-gen businesses, but also the society and the quality of life of the citizens. By scaling up investments in physical digital infrastructure, India can easily expand its role in the growing global market for digital information technology services, such as big data and analytics, digital legacy modernization, climate change agenda, and the Internet of Things, and so on. In fact, Hyderabad IT industry was able to transition to work from home in a very short period of time and attained a high level of stability due to its proactiveness and quick responsiveness with regards to investment in digital infrastructure, both by government and corporates. Workplace transformation is much discussed topic today as we are emerging out of the pandemic. While there are decades of research in workplace management for traditional office environment, organizations do not yet have pervasive insights about employee behavior and engagement in the virtual work model. There's a need to research and build guidance around diverse aspects such as how would training and enablement evolve in a hybrid environment, best practices for online meetings, the sociological aspects of virtual teamwork and collaboration, the behavioral patterns in a remote framework, and more. HYSEA has been promoting many sustainability-related programs and initiatives among its member companies, for that matter, in the whole Hyderabad IT industry. Green energy is one of the key campaigns that HYSEA is driving through our infrastructure forum. I'm sure we all know that green energy refers to any energy type that is generated from natural resources such as sunlight, wind, or water. The key with these energy resources is that they don't harm the environment through factors such as releasing greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. We've had discussions with the government of Telangana on this very important initiative, and we propose to enter into an MOU with the government to promote usage of green power by member companies, thus aligning to the government policy to reduce the carbon footprint. Government of Telangana encourages the development of green power, solar generation in and around the city to stimulate economic development in the city, including job creation and enhanced tax base, attraction of desirable businesses and potential direct earnings from the green, particularly solar power generation. We have requested the government to form a committee. We have requested to form a committee to the government to fast track some of these initiatives. It may become a reality soon. So we are still working with the government, and hopefully this committee will be a reality very soon, and we can address many of the issues that are pending right now. The white paper on new normal reimagining Hyderabad's real estate landscape created by CBRE will be released today. This report will address research findings on many critical topics such as government initiatives, reinforcing Hyderabad's future growth, Hyderabad office sector, infrastructure, government policies, enhancing the experience of future offices and sustainability, etc. Many thanks to Team CBRE for this wonderful work. So this summit will demonstrate the various developments that have happened in the recent past, and moreover, will present the new trends to promote the desired growth in the IT industry to make Hyderabad as the best outsourcing destination. Thanks to our chief guest, Mr. Arvind Kumar IAS, who will speak on Telangana government's vision to make TS future ready from an infrastructure point of view. Mr. Sunil Sharma IAS to explain the renewable energy vision for Telangana. Ms. Suman Mishra, who will address on urban transportation challenges India's cities are facing and future roadmap, and Mr. Lenny Biodine will be sharing his views on humanizing workspaces, handling the challenges of post-COVID workspaces as well. The panel discussions and fireside chat will certainly give insights and perspectives on various other key areas of focus. Thanks to Dr. Andrew Fleming, British Deputy High Commissioner, Hyderabad, Mr. Joel Reifman, Consular General, U.S. Consulate, Hyderabad, for their incredible messages that will be played during the course of this event. Last but not the least, like you, I'm also very keen to listen to Lieutenant General V.G. Patankar for his leadership in crisis keynote speech later today. A special mention about Ms. Suman Mishra. First of all, we all should be proud of the fact that she's leading Mahindra EV division amongst a male-dominated industry. Many thanks, madam, for taking the time to be here, despite your very, very busy schedule and other commitments. Very much appreciated. I've also requested her, not to put you on spot here, but requested her to consider establishing EV, electric vehicles center of excellence, considering the fact that Mahindra Group has many establishments like IT, logistics, and education. As we all know that the major benefit of electric vehicles is the contribution that they can make towards improving our air quality in towns and cities. With no tailpipe, pure electric vehicles produce no carbon dioxide emissions when driving. In over a year, just one electric car on the roads can save an average 1.5 million grams of CO2. Many thanks to all the sponsors, partners, and EC and MC members for the continued support. Special thanks to Mr. Ramesh Kaza, our Infra Forum leader, for his leadership and his hard work. Mr. Srinivas Rao, our COO, was one of the pillars of HYSEA and makes everything happen with his incredible passion, active involvement, and support in making this event a reality. Very duly supported by our Associate Director, Nirja. Thanks to our secretary team, Chaya, Kiran, and Bargo, for the dedication working behind the scenes towards every initiative of HYSEA. To time, the IT industry of Hyderabad will be back in the office in a full swing very soon. A warm welcome to each one of you once again. God bless everyone. Thank you.
I thank Mr. Bharani for addressing today's guests. And now I invite Mr. Ramesh Kaza to set the context for today's event. Welcome, sir. Just a second. So I also appreciate his special attire today.
Oh, thank you. That's too much of attention. Thank you, Sayashree. A very good morning to all of you. Guest of honor, Ms. Suman Mishra, who made time to join us today. Thank you for joining us. And of course, the President, Mr. Bernie Arol, HYSEA. Okay. Mr. Sunil Sharma, the Special Chief Secretary, he's here. We advise him to join us on the stage. The timing is perfect, sir. Thank you for joining us today. The HYSEA Management Committee, I'm glad to see a large group gathering today. And of course, representing the Infrastructure Forum, my entire team is sitting down there, and 3 cheers for them for making these kind of events happen. I'm delighted and honored to lead the Infrastructure Forum for HYSEA organization. If I were to go back to the statistics, I still remember when I have moved back from US around 2010 timeframe, I happened to see NASSCOM presenting, we are somewhere around that $106, $110 billion in the revenue from the IT and IT-enabled services industry. Today, 10 years from there, we are very close to a $200 billion industry across India is what we are generating. And NASSCOM anticipates we should be marching towards a $300 billion industry pretty much by 2025. An exponential growth of what India is going to witness. And to some extent, being called as the leader for IT and IT-enabled services. But beyond that, the pandemic is really forcing companies to think beyond their current locations and look for a better workforce. The revenue that is generated from what the IT industry is doing in this country is not only for the people that are working, roughly about 5 million population, what we call it as 50 lakhs. But imagine the livelihood they create. And many of you know this, but for the discussion today, and each IT person, they say, actually can cover the livelihoods of anywhere in the range of 4 to 6 people. And that's a large workforce that is surviving on this industry. But if I bring you back home to Telangana state, specifically Hyderabad, with close to about 680,000 people working in this industry, you can multiply that by 4 to 6 people who are having a support on the livelihood. It has a greater impact on the city of Hyderabad and the greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. You're talking about nearly 30 lakh people, 3 million, 4 million people are connected to this industry. Unless we have a better infrastructure, we cannot attract more and more companies to come and set up offices here. And infrastructure doesn't just mean that roads. We are talking about power. And it's not just burning power through coal. We are looking at alternate energy that can make the environment better. Imagine what can a 30 lakh people in Hyderabad do when it comes to water conservation if we can influence them to know how to preserve water, how to reduce the single-use plastic, how to ensure that we are a part of the ecosystem where we are moving in from internal combustion engines to an electric vehicles, which is already happening across the world. And we look forward to this particular area, the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation IT, the adoption of the EV that can make the last mile connectivity even better. Just think of the tremendous amount of impact we can create on the revenue, the GDP for the country, the livelihoods, the job opportunities, and most important of all, leaving a better earth for our generation. Infrastructure Summit is a culmination of everything that I have shared today. You heard many pertinent points of what Bharani shared, but think of what we have put together for you today. Thanks to President Bernie, the amount of passion he has shown in identifying eminent panel members and speakers, the entire team of HYSEA, Srinivas and team, and of course, I'll miss an opportunity if I don't thank my infrastructure forum team, excellent team, and also passionate team. We are going to be presenting some of the best speakers, not just coming out from the city of Hyderabad, but also from various parts of India and also from US. Today is an opportunity for us to sit back and learn from the speakers what they think about the areas that I've shared with you today. It could be a smart mobility. It could be making sure that we look at alternate energy. It could be about ensuring we have better workplaces that are not only safe, but also the things that we can make an impact on. And if I were to just package all of that together, that is what the summit is about. And you will be surprised to see that the summit not only has a very experienced panel members coming over from various facets of their business knowledge, you will also see a 17-year-old Aditya Bangar who flew in all the way from Rajasthan to spend time with us. This young entrepreneur is converting 10 tons of waste into a fabric every day. Just imagine the kind of energy and passion he has put at the age of 17. And I'm so excited and looking forward to seeing him on the dais very soon. Leaving this place, I would like to remind you all that this is an opportunity for us to learn in both ways. And please take time to make notes and carry that back to your organizations you work with, so we can collectively make an impact that can not only last long for now, but also for the future generation. Thank you, and I look forward to a great event today.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh, for setting the context for today's event. And a warm welcome to Mr. Sunil Sharma, IAS Special Chief Secretary, Department of Energy, Government of Telangana. And I request Mr. Bharani to present a plant to Mr. Sunil Sharma. Photographers, please. Where are the photographers? Oh. Thank you, Mr. Bharani. So now, Mr. Lenny Bowdoin, Executive Managing Director and Global Lead, Workplace Design Occupancy from CBRE, is about to connect with us virtually. So let me introduce Lenny. Lenny oversees the integration of CBRE's global workplace design occupancy practice to provide the clients competitive advantage through actionable workplace strategies, informed occupancy planning, thoughtful design, and superior delivery of the future work environment. Lenny has more than 20+ years of experience in the field of workplace consulting and strategy facility planning. A recognized leader in the industry, Lenny has worked on engagements in a wide range of markets and industries, giving him an informed perspective of leading global trends in the workplace delivery. So now let's connect with Lenny. I request the technical team over here to connect us with him.
Thank you for the opportunity to join you all. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, Lenny, are you here?
I am here. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we do. We are able to hear you.
Perfect. It is just for the technical producers. It is saying my video is blocked from allowing me to get on to the screen. But please bear with me. I'm very excited about what I have to share with you all.
So Lenny is the keynote speaker. He'll be speaking on how to handle the challenges post-COVID at the workspaces.
If video is not possible, I can begin my presentation if that's constructive. I know I want to make sure I'm respectful of the time that we have with you all. How would you like me to proceed? Excellent. I think everyone can see me now. May I get the signal from the stage that it's okay to proceed?
Lenny, we are able to see you.
Are you able to hear me okay? Am I coming through
Yeah.
on, yes?
We are able to hear you and see you as well.
Fantastic.
It's great to see you.
It's great to be here. What an important and exciting topic to talk about, humanizing the workplace. And what a great event. I'm deeply honored to be a part of the second edition of the HYSEA Infrastructure Summit. I'm going to share information from my perspective at CBRE. I will start by saying that the pandemic, and what I specifically focus on, has accelerated trends that were happening globally and how individuals go to work, the experience they have there, and the real estate solutions that best support them. I lead 3 teams across CBRE globally: a workplace strategy practice, an interior design and architecture practice, and our occupancy management business. The information I'm going to share with you comes from on-the-ground realities that we're seeing across our global managed accounts, and the information our clients are sharing with us by way of a comprehensive survey for both employee sentiment and the direction of where occupiers see the future of the office. If I may, I'm going to share my screen because I have some information that I would like to, some data and information to support this presentation. Everyone should see my screen now, I hope.
Say yes, say yes.
I'm going to start with,
Yes,
in talking about this subject, I think it's important to separate out current realities we're facing today from the long-term space implications. I'll start with this, and this is a level set for what we're seeing across our client base. And there's basically 5 things happening today. The first, and I'll say this is critically important, is that there is asymmetry between peer organizations across the industry. I can share with you that the CEO of Bank of America sees it very differently than the CEO of Citi. The same would be true of Apple and Amazon. As you look at how different executive teams are interpreting the future of work. And what this really has proven to us, this pandemic, this unprecedented experiment in working away from the office, is that the C-suite has leaned in and want better information and answers around how actually work is performed inside their companies. Of course, the other current reality that we're seeing is broadly a delayed return to the office, what we call RTO. The variants that have emerged have delayed and dampened occupancy broadly. We don't see a full return to market yet, but we see occupancy gradually increasing around the world. A third key reality that's happening right now is that we see greater workforce distribution, and that the companies we support are looking more broadly, thinking more broadly about location so they can create, instead of fewer, larger campus type projects, a lean towards creating more distributed offices to meet talent where they are, as that has been shifting over the pandemic. We certainly see a flight to quality in that new leases for the first time since Q3 of 2019 are outpacing renewals. And what that means is they're moving from existing space into new space, better provision for the future. And I'll talk specifically about that further. But right now, as it relates to long-term investment in office infrastructure, we're seeing very focused capital expenditure. The near-term activity in our construction project portfolio remains small and very focused on technology and what we call furniture, fixtures, and equipment being adapted for the pandemic. So with that current state of uncertainty and strong diverging opinions around the future of work, I'm now going to talk about long-term implications. And in terms of this, I'll frame a discussion around these 5 points, and I'll corroborate this with data from our research analysis of our occupier clients. But there's basically 5 things that are highly relevant. First, the adoption of hybrid work. 86% of our managed accounts are adopting what we call activity-based work, changing the way that they're assigning space to their employees to anticipate a more fluid and mobile workforce. At the same time, however, they want their employees to come to the office some of the time, and we're seeing this as an equal mix in what we call magnetization of the office. For culture, for community, mentorship, productivity, and innovation, those things collectively by management globally are seen to be supported fundamentally by the office. This is leading to a recalibration of space standards as organizations contemplate the types of amenities and functionality of future offices. Certainly ESG, diversity and inclusion broadly, is leading to more empathetic occupancy, the advent of wellness and healthier, more active building lifestyles, and infrastructure certainly is key. And all of this translates into greater on-demand real estate. And again, when we look at things like third-party flexible space and co-working space, all of those things we see being durable as clients think about a future in which their workforce is more distributed some of the time. So with those long-term implications, I'm now going to go through some data to support those key points. And as I said, hybrid work policy among our largest clients, 87% believe that will be their next normal, some type of hybrid accommodation. But I wanted to talk about that a bit. So in our top client office occupier client survey, we've asked executives across those organizations how they see the future. And this really mixed between whether companies will lean back to the office, whether they'll adopt some hybrid accommodation, what we would call with guardrails across the technology sector. We see this manifesting as 3 days in the office, 2 days flexibly out of the office, to other considerations, completely hybrid and employee choice flexible, to virtual first to remote. Now, this is segmented in a couple of key ways, and this will repeat through the presentation. So I'll take a moment to explain what I'm sharing with you. But you see the different colored bars represent different size organizations. So smaller companies are returning to normal faster than larger companies who are seeing this as a significant opportunity to change how they look at the future and the way they occupy space. So 87% are either leaning back towards the office or in some hybrid with guardrails emphasis in the future. And we see that further pronounced in the technology sector, which I've compared here to what's happening in financial services. So we see a huge shift towards hybrid across the tech sector. That sentiment has been growing throughout the pandemic. So activity-based work and hybrid work was occurring pre-pandemic, but during the course of our engagement with our clients over the last 18 months, we've actually found quarter over quarter increases in the expectation of hybrid in the future, in that we would describe that as an inevitable reality that the majority of workers will have some optionality to work sometime out of the office. This increase in remote work will have an impact not on office utilization, but it's not going to mean the end of the office. We look at this rather as a fresh start and recalibrating the function of an office in the future. So when we talk about, again, with our most executive clients, what they see in the future around occupancy, whether they're fully back to the office, mostly in the office, some equal mix, the vast majority of the organizations we're supporting want their employees back some of the time. And that's going to define a different set of expectations around the way the workplace is configured. That's going to center largely on amenities that are going to attract workers back to the office. We've all formed habits in working away from the office, change management in attracting employees back by providing a better experience in the office, a more consumer experience in the office, is something all of our clients are considering for the future. And what we see in this is what's the most important areas around that. More shared meeting space, more flexible open space, connected technology and building apps, indoor air quality. It's not to say that the other things on this chart are not important, but the things that matter most are the reason we go into the office. We want a healthy and safe experience, and we go to meet other people. And that certainly is featuring as organizations are thinking about their future. We tend to think of office design and successful office design as a hierarchy of employee needs. And what we're seeing right now at the base of this is the space and place to help employees do their best work. Anything in addition to that, in terms of what actually creates successful experiences in offices, is predicated on a workplace first being able to support that level of functionality. But we do see organizations, as they think about their return to the office, focusing much more deeply on how they think about relationships and teamwork in the office and the importance of that, from new schedule routines to different types of collaborative spaces. And ultimately, at the top of organizations, this fundamentally defines their policy and culture. As I described earlier, the asymmetry, the difference in opinion between different organizations, largely is manifest in their brand. So an organization like Airbnb, who is focused and their brand is oriented around hospitality, is encouraging their workers back to the office. A company like Dropbox, which enables mobility broadly, is looking at exactly the opposite and creating a much more distributed future of work relative to their brand. Now, what I think it's important to say, and I've quoted the CEO of Airbnb, a client of ours, I think for any company who says we're going back to the way things were, I think that's just defying laws of human nature. And so when we look at this in terms of space design and its impact going forward, the majority of our clients, and what you see is a survey of our largest accounts, the majority of our clients are gearing up to change their workplace design standards and remake their future offices. And that's going to be around the amenities that I described earlier, improving collaborative space, adapting and changing physical office design and workstations, and largely improving amenities and things that drive experience in the office. Now, I'll take a moment to explain this because I think it's highly relevant to what I see the future being as it relates to the curation of offices and what infrastructure and space design will attract employees and organizations. When we measure the way space is used, so we manage close to 7 billion square feet globally. We've indexed over 500 million square feet in terms of measuring how space is used inside buildings today. And there's 4 basic categories of how space is used. There's me space, which is dedicated to individual desks and offices. There's collaborative space, which is dedicated to exactly that, meetings and training. And then there's support and amenities. And as we segmented the existing footprint in our clients globally, what we find, not surprisingly, is that we're disproportionately oriented to places where people sit and do work in offices. And that single thing is what we see changing significantly. So as organizations, as I described earlier, in mass are considering more hybrid work, when they think about their employees spending some of the time out of the office and the majority of their time back in the office, the reason they will come back to work is to meet, brainstorm, and collaborate and socialize with their colleagues. And so organizations are thinking about a future which is very different in terms of its space composition. So instead of being largely or exclusively dedicated to simply heads down space, an increase significantly around we space, that collaborative space, and amenities will be paramount. In organizations that were working more flexibly pre-pandemic, we see them only increasing those expectations in terms of things like desk sharing ratios, appointment of amenities, and improvements in the occupant experience. And I'll talk a bit more around that. But for example, if we take all of our employee sentiment data, and we've surveyed over 30,000 workers in the last 24 months, 94% would like the option to work remotely at least some of the time. And then the majority in this survey of things that are important to do in the office, the majority said both their primary reason for coming into the office is face-to-face collaboration, and that employees choose team connection and community as the primary reason to coming back. And most office space is poorly equipped to be able to support that. When we look at what that means in terms of just purely sharing and leveraging space utilization in offices, we do see broadly a diminishment in dedicated use of office space exclusive to one individual or one team. We see a much more agile infrastructure and building solution that actually supports much greater mobility inside of offices. And then several aspects of empathetic occupancy. But we recently published a global report on ESG considerations and concerns. And in that, there's this great quote from one of our clients, KPMG, in that 83% of industry executives surveyed expect growing demand for sustainable buildings from tenants. And we certainly see that demand broadly. When we look at what organizations are investing in now and what they're thinking about and investing in soon, where they're spending their CapEx is around the employee experience and the ability to collaborate in offices. So by and large, all companies are enhancing their video and virtual capabilities in their offices. They're implementing smart building systems and touchless technology, as well as occupancy sensors. I'll talk about that a bit more, along with employee experience apps. And we certainly see attention to the air quality and sensors being paramount. Now, I'll say one aspect around the notion of sustainability and wellness as it relates to ESG. In 2014, CBRE opened its then headquarters office in Los Angeles, and it was the first well-certified office. Now, since that time, from 2013 to just before the pandemic, the International Well Building Institute had certified approximately 500 million square feet globally to the WELL standard. That number, so during the pandemic, has gone from 500 million to now over 3 billion square feet. So as employees contemplate and think about their return to the office, both an organization's corporate social responsibility as it relates to ESG, but clearly having certification and accommodation for healthier buildings and indoor environments that support wellness is front of mind for employees as they consider coming back to the office fully. We think that also leads to a focus on much more inclusive design. So equitable design for all types of people, flexibility. Most spaces designed for a very narrow profile of occupant. And we see furniture manufacturers in our supply chain beginning to think differently about how they actually accommodate diverse needs in more mobile distributed work. That design is simple and inclusive, that there's perceptible information and instruction in the space, and that there's appropriate size and space regardless of body type, posture, or mobility, and low physical effort, and certainly a safe and healthy environment. So we see organizations now, as they reconsider their future workplace, thinking about inclusion at a level and certainly appealing to diversity in the fact that we will be working between a hybrid and in-office manner. Part of empathetic occupancy also is what's happening inside smart building technology through, again, our supply chain. And when we look at infrastructure in buildings, whether it be sensors, integrated workplace management solutions, real-time analytics, our client organizations are gearing up and investing in smart building technology at an unprecedented level. And what they're doing that for is because they want to understand how work occurs inside their offices and stream real-time analytics to support and enable that productivity inside their workforce. Think of this as your building technology and workplace environment becoming a colleague in the office to help drive success. And so as buildings become smarter, and we see this again in a flight to quality, where infrastructure, smart building tech is a preferred attribute among our clients, they're using that intelligent building infrastructure to create experience apps, present aware, so that if I'm in the office, I will know where a colleague is. It will make it easier for me to access services or support in that space. CBRE launched a product in that market called Host, which is exactly oriented around creating that digital experience. But all of that information actually yields intelligence about how companies work, how their employees collaborate, and what does it mean to be in the office or away from the office. So we are entering this era where the physical environment and digital environment and how we work and how we manage work will become a reality. And again, as I said earlier, given the C-suite interest in understanding how workplace performs to drive top-line productivity, there'll be a curious audience in the executive team really looking for the streaming type analytics, which will define whether they're being successful and on track or not. And we certainly see that reality occurring already in the way our organizations are looking at the return to work. I'll highlight one last aspect and then close with a few thoughts around what I think the future may mean. In our last survey of large clients broadly in 2020, at the time in the heart of the pandemic, 39% of our clients thought their portfolios would get significantly smaller. As we've looked at the evolving landscape since that time, so there was great expectation that portfolios would be getting smaller at the heart of the pandemic. That has softened, and what we now see is a much lower contraction around office as organizations contemplate how they really will provision their workplaces to better accommodate amenities, staff expectations on return. So while we believe that the offices will become more efficient as we see oversubscription of space and desk sharing and activity-based work, most organizations are saying at the same time, they're going to take the savings from that and reinvest it in technology, services, and experiences, which create great destinations within a workplace. And then lastly, my last stat for you all, and then I'll close, is that also will portend increased demand for co-working space. So again, among our client base, what you see across all categories of workers is that continued growth in flex. So third-party flexible locations continues to be a significant to very significant expectation for our clients going forward. And what we think that will mean as organizations broadly adapt their space is that they'll look to eliminate the space they traditionally held simply for vacancy to be able to actually use that through more flexible outlets. So in summary, and I'll highlight three kind of key areas, I hope I was able to present a case around the following. One, that universal remote work over the pandemic has led to a broad reconsideration of the purpose of an office. That's reflected in the asymmetry between leaders that I described, but certainly it's consistent that there's a higher bar to define a strategy around how people will go back to work in the future across every organization. In real-time occupancy data will provide more predictive analytics, shaping a more agile and on-demand workplace. The second key point, exactly oriented around those future workers, is around the consumer experience and the employee expectation. An expanded technology infrastructure will force what we call a consumerization of the office experience. So as workers become more hybrid and distributed, an office will have to compete for their occupancy almost in a consumer-minded way by offering better appointments, better technology, better solutions for them while they're in that office. We anticipate that's going to mean an increase in the occupancy cost per desk, but as organizations leverage utilization of flex work, we'll see the occupancy cost per employee decrease. So space will get better, employees will have more flexibility, and organizations will be able to more intensely utilize their asset. That leads to the last key point that I'll leave you with, which is on-demand real estate. And the reconciliation of widening labor pools and increased hybrid work will increase what we call more flexible real estate solutions broadly. We see this reflected in the rise in enterprise co-working, revised targets for what office utilization will look like, and broadly activity-based work adoption. Therefore, office space investments among hybrid companies will likely move from more of a just-in-case model, which is defined broadly portfolio strategy in organizations, certainly high growth organizations in the tech sector, to much more of a just-in-time model. So with that, I hope I was able to give a perspective on what we see changing in the workplace and some of the big bets around mobility, hybrid work, and future investment in creating great places for people to go to work as they return from the pandemic.
Lenny, we thank you for hearing with us, for the 20-minute delay. And also, we appreciate your efforts and time in connecting with us from Dallas.
Well, certainly, it's been my great pleasure. I hope you have a wonderful conference today. And I'm, again, honored to be a part of it. Certainly proud for our organization to sponsor and participate as we are.
Thank you, Lenny, once again. Okay. Now, a warm welcome to Mr. Arvind Kumar, IAS Special Chief Secretary, MA and UD and Director General, NIUM, Government of Telangana. Thank you, sir, for coming. Let me introduce you today's guest of honor and keynote speaker, Ms. Suman Mishra, CEO, Mahindra Electric Mobility Limited. Suman drives business transformation, data analytics, and customer insights across M&M Auto Division. She also leads strategy projects for Mahindra and Mahindra Group. Prior to Mahindra, she managed end-to-end global product launches for Cipla, established project management division, and led a team of 25 to drive end-to-end launches in India, US, Europe, South Africa, and international markets. She was an associate partner for McKinsey and company working on large-scale performance transformations at several Fortune 500 companies. She is a board member of CIE Automotive, Medwell Ventures, Meru Cabs, and MVSS. Suman was also awarded Economic Times 40 Under 40 Award in 2019. So now I request Ms. Suman to speak on urban transportation challenges that Indian cities are facing and the future roadmap.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Arvind Kumar ji, Shri Sunil Sharma ji, Mr. Bharani President, Ramesh Khaza ji, dignitaries and HYSEA team. I cannot tell you how delighted I am to be here today and after such a long time to be in a physical conference of all things and the beautiful city of Hyderabad. It's a great pleasure to be here. As the long introduction aside, I am the CEO of Mahindra Electric and CEO designate of the Last Mile Mobility Division. The topic today given to me was urban transportation challenges and the future roadmap. And I said, what better way to portray it than a picture? I hope you can project it up there, please. A picture speaks more than everything. So our road, why are we talking about urban transportation challenges? Because we know we live in a world where we have 10 of the 20 polluted cities globally, lots of casualties, lots of GDP loss, and yet automotive makes up is the third largest automotive market in the world. We are also the third largest oil consumer. And in this context, while there are many solutions to urban mobility, and it is a huge topic with the, we lost the presentation, I think. It's gone. Anyway, I'll carry on until this thing comes back. So, electrification of shared mobility, that is one of the biggest solutions that we can do to solve the urban transportation problems. And that is also the area that I'm most passionate about and here to speak to you about. There are others, the one obvious thing is, of course, the pollution related issues. So It's a clean mobility, it's clean transportation, so there's no pollution. But the other thing that many people don't realize is the noise pollution. The electric vehicles do not make noise, and therefore, so just to carry on with this short deviation,
Yes, yes, we can.
can you see?
Yes.
Okay. But they can't see it.
You-
Do you want to present? Okay, all right. So,
Absolutely, yes, sir. Yes.
oh, and it's gone again. Is it here? Is it here? Okay. Yeah, what I was telling you about noise pollution, and it really hits home to me when I speak to my consumers and they tell us, Madam, पूरा दिन चलाने के बाद भी लगता नहीं है कि we have driven the vehicle so hard. We are not tired at the end of the day, despite, doing back-breaking work, right? Driving in the rest of the pollution. For the whole day, they don't feel tired because of the lack of noise. And this is a huge advantage of electric vehicles and, often not noted as well as the environmental pollution things. What is the matter? It's just disappearing and coming and disappearing. Okay. So anyway, forget it. Let me tell you where we are at the global snapshot, and you'll be very, very surprised to hear this, that there are today 12 million passenger EVs, 1 million commercial EVs, and over 260 million electric 2- and 3-wheelers on the road today in the world. We think that this is a revolution that is yet to happen, but this is a revolution that has already happened. Of course, 2- and 3-wheelers are leading the charge, and followed by buses. And I'll share a little bit of the logic and the reasoning with you as I move forward. The surge is largely because of policy support, which is I would say it's the number one thing. Improvements in battery technology, more charging infrastructure, and really good supply. Vehicles are being built which have this technology, which users want to buy, even if they don't necessarily care about the environment. So these are all the permutation combination that really are making electrification of mobility possible. And then everywhere I go, people ask me, what is the projection? So this is just one of the projections that I've pulled forward for you from the Bloomberg. As per Bloomberg, the passenger EVs will go from 3.1 million now to 14 million in 2025. And you can see the red. This every time, the red is China. Almost all the electrification is being led by China globally. For example, there are other countries in Europe, also Germany, which will also contribute to quite some degree, but it is always China leading the charge, and often begs the question, why not us? So how would India also be able to leapfrog really to the future of sustainable mobility? And there are many things, and there are several things pertinent to this group, so I will emphasize those as well. The first and foremost is regulatory support, and India has developed a fantastic regulatory support regime. I'll tell you a little bit more about it as we go forward. Business models. There are a lot of business models that are getting disrupted across the value chain, whether it is the OEM, whether it's the charging station, whether it's the aftermarket, whether it's the power provider. All of these business models are getting disrupted. Of course, energy, and it's no point putting fossil fuel driven electricity into the electric vehicles. But today there is, I've looked at some of the projections, and it is quite clear that if India meets its renewable energy targets, we will be able to power all the electric vehicles with solar energy. Then of course comes infrastructure, which is, you're really the problem of congestion. While that doesn't get solved with personal mobility, it definitely gets solved with shared mobility. And finally, technology. We are in HYSEA. I have to talk about technology. The thing about cars is now they have become really about software. And who better, and largely embedded system software. I'll talk a little bit more about it, but the technology is the backbone of both differentiation and competitive advantage in today's market. And it is all of the lot, right? Software, autonomous, connected, and everything else. In India, why is electrification, I think electrification is here to stay, but why has it increased? First and foremost is, of course, the fuel prices. Once you reach the 100 rupees threshold, there is something that makes the buyer of a small commercial vehicle think twice. The second is FAME subsidy, and it is a really game-changing program which has allowed us to, really give the vehicle at the same price or little bit higher of a diesel counterpart. And I'm talking about 2- and 3-wheeler mobility, which is where India is going to get developed, electrified first. Then is battery costs. We are reducing the battery cost tremendously with the development in technology and a lot of fee waiver and other support by states. I'll talk about the states a little bit as well. On the other side, the ecosystem is gearing up to support it. There is financial availability, there is the e-commerce growth, which is an aftermath of COVID, PMV, PLI schemes, and the Shunya campaign, which is really about awareness. If you look at it all together, it seems like the perfect positive push that is required to electrify India. In India, the path to electrification will start with buses, followed with 3-wheelers, 2-wheelers, and maybe by 2030, a lot of the cars will get electrified as well. I think there are lots of projections, but if all the previous initiatives on the previous page are successful, we should end up with 30% electrified private cars, 70% commercial cars, around 80% of 2- and 3-wheelers. The remaining 20% can still buy if they look at value proposition, but they may choose not to buy for style or some other factors. The states have gone and done a fantastic job as well in enabling policies. And on the first bar of the chart, I have a lot of the different policies that are offered by multiple states in India. They're around demand incentivization. This is additional to the FAME subsidy. If you buy a 3-wheeler or a 2-wheeler, you get extra subsidy for buying the vehicle. So it makes you on par. You get interest submission, you're getting waiver of permit fees. There are a lot of interesting ones nowadays, which I would just throw out here for this, for all of us to consider, like a scrapping incentive or incentive for early adoption of vehicle, like a early bird fees. There is also charging infra-related things, which actually Telangana is doing quite a great job at, which is, capital subsidy, land conversion waiver, electrical subsidy, SGST reimbursement, and then of course the supply side incentives to enable. The fact of the matter is that this is an expensive technology, and there is a little bit of time when the technology starts becoming cost effective and IRR generating for the companies who invest in it. So to that end, any kind of supply side incentive really help the OEMs to bring forward better and better product, to which end this PLI also came. As you know, you have recently seen lots of examples here in Telangana, which is the road tax waiver for up to 20,000 3-wheelers. There was a very interesting one I noted in the papers that there are 500 women entrepreneurs who will get e-autos. And I can tell you that because of the lack of exhaustion on the drive, wherever our dealers have made pilots with women, it's a really viable option for employment for them. There are several other things, and the most other things are charging stations that have been announced, and some other tariff discounts. So a lot of states are doing quite a lot to support EV and electrification. So it's only a question of time that it becomes mainstream. Now, since I'm talking to also, I think, a business crowd, what changes in the business model? And that is, if you think about it, our raw material suppliers changed. So the miners came into the picture. component suppliers change, because now we are talking about battery cells, which no OEM or automotive industry ever manufactured. So chemical industry has come into play. And of course, the OEMs are there, but also now there are power generators and there are software providers. So all together, the business model has exploded, and there is opportunity for for anyone who is playing in and around this space to create a viable business model. And for software, particularly, I wanted to just speak a little bit more, because I feel this is the area where India really needs to get its game up and running. An electric vehicle has it's the body, of course, but then you have the battery management system, you have the VCU, you have the infotainment connectivity, and you have the ADAS. So these technologies is what makes the vehicle move and the experience that you get. And of course, all of these are software, and a lot of this is embedded system software. So if we can have the capabilities on embedded system design, power electronics, E&E, this is really truly going to make a big difference in how we can develop, better and better product and not lose a step. And since it's HYSEA, I would really urge some kind of initiatives here to think about embedded system, power electronics, and those kind of hardware development, not just the application layer software. Although if even application layer was concerned, the infotainment connectivity is still a very good option. Now, so that's more or less a few things that I had to say. I'll tell you a little bit about us and our company as well. Mahindra is, the Mahindra brand. I don't have to say a lot about it. We have a large plant in Zahirabad. It's a very, very old plant. Auto plant came in 90 and tractor plant came in 2013. We have a large vendor base here. If all goes well, we might have some exciting announcements about manufacturing of new types of vehicles here as well. And what can I say about Tech Mahindra? Tech Mahindra is huge here. It is the Mahindra's largest facility globally is out of here. The one interesting thing is they have set up a Mahindra University. And in that, they have also put a PG course for autonomous electric vehicle. And I think these are the type of thoughts and thinking that, or the courses that can really set us apart in, leapfrogging in EV technology. If you didn't know us, this is a last mile mobility division of Mahindra Electric. We supply a lot of these electric vehicles all over India. We have sold 10,000 of them. And I think we are the largest number of vehicles sold. We have a big network. And there are lots and lots of products, services, software innovation that we are trying to do, data and analytics. So this is another thing, right? It's a vehicle where you can integrate a TGU and you can know where the vehicle is. You can start, stop, lock. There are a lot of facilities and features we can build in. India's first quadricycle hopefully will be coming soon, and maybe it'll come to Hyderabad. Let's see where that goes. But apart from that small introduction about us, I firmly believe that we are in the position of change. And if you look forward, a new mobility future is here for us to take and, protect the next generation and the next generation from not repeating the page one photo of a polluted city. But with that, I thank you all for having me here and appreciate being here as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Suman, for the introduction about the EV and the mobility future. And let me give a brief introduction about today's guest of honor, Mr. Sunil Sharma, IAS Special Chief Secretary, Energy Department, Government of Telangana. Mr. Sunil Sharma, IAS, is a 1990 batch officer with vast experience in various departments, including rural development, urban development, women's self-help groups, watershed, women and child welfare, housing, agriculture, industry, panchayat raj, civil supplies, to name a few. So, welcoming Mr. Sunil, and I request him to speak a few words. And Mr. Sunil will be addressing us on renewable energy vision for Telangana. Please.
Special CS Shri Arvind Kumarji, respected dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I've been asked to speak a few words. My department has given me a big note to read before you. Anyway, so actually I joined these departments a couple of days back and I find it very interesting. And especially the topic today, that is from the department side, energy departments, about renewable energy vision of the state. As all of you know, today the entire world is going through the crisis of coal shortage, which is the main source of producing electricity. And we are lucky, Telangana that way is lucky that we don't have any such shortage because we have coal mines, and whatever the production is there, whatever the requirement for the production of energy is there, electricity is there, we have more than that. So this way we are lucky, but if we see an overall perspective, there's definitely a need for renewable energy in the entire world and our country too. So right now we see the best renewable energy that could be harnessed, that could be captured is solar energy. And how we go about that, we have to plan it out and see that we get more of solar energy and use it for electric consumption, electricity consumption, and also in our electric vehicles, which is again a very, very essential thing, requirement to not only save power, but also to ensure that there is no pollution. That is totally pollution free. Before coming to this department, I was in transport department, and we could a bit in terms of getting electric vehicles on road. Very recently, something like 500 autos have been sanctioned for the city, and we want to do more. Many, concessions were given in terms of tax and your motor vehicle tax and things like that. And definitely, there's a long way to go in this, and we have to definitely go forward. As you know that the power sector is the core engine of growth in any economy. That can be said without any doubt. And especially for our state, Telangana. And we are very proud to say that there has been no problem of power in the state, and electricity was supplied very continuously. And Mr. Arvind Kumar was there in this department early, and his contribution also is there in ensuring that there is no power shortage. I have joined very recently, and I wish that I also can take it forward in the same direction. The objective of the state is to provide quality power, reliable power, and affordable power supply to all domestic and commercial units in the state. Now, right now, we cannot straight away shift to what we call solar energy or energy. So it has to be a mix, because we have this thermal power, we have hydel power. Now we have to slowly see that the solar power also comes in this line, and then with this we are able to go forward by having the right mix, and we should try to increase solar or any other renewable source of energy to ensure that it becomes a part of our energy production and energy consumption in the state and ultimately everywhere. Now, Telangana is high power intensive states, one of the states in India, with per capita power consumption of over 2,071 units as against 1,208 units of national average perspective in the year 1920. So this way we can see that we are ahead of other states, and we feel proud about it. And I am happy to share that 24-hour quality supply is one of the key contributing factors for the success of the industrial growth besides other advantages associated in Telangana. If you have to attract any industry to the state, the first thing they will see that what is the power status. Will the state be able to provide continuous supply of power or not? And this way we are very happy to say that this problem is not there in our state. Continuous supply is there, not only in industry, but also agriculture, domestic also. Everybody is very happy about it. Only the people who must be not very happy is the generator companies and the inverter companies, because they will not have much business in our state because of the good supply of power. Realizing the importance of the sustainability goals of energy, Telangana state is encouraging the use of solar energy to meet the day-to-day energy needs in these companies by using solar rooftops, solar captive plants, etc. As you know that for us, any consumer to adopt the best way in which he can contribute, he or she can contribute to have the rooftops. And if he has it, then almost the bill would be, the net billing would be almost, if he's doing it judicially using, it would be almost zero. And tomorrow with these electric cars coming up, then I can very well imagine that if you have an electric car and if you have rooftop solar generating plant in your house, then your maintenance of the car will be almost zero. There will be no fuel consumption. And then because it is an electric car, there will be no need of much repairs also. That is what we should all aim for. Besides the above industrial growth, the bouncy growth of the population and the prestigious Kaleshwaram lift irrigation project and other lift irrigation projects will require more power generation capacity additions. So for this also we have to see that more power is generated in the state. Telangana state is planning to add 11,000 megawatts in the coming 4 to 5 years to the existing capacity to meet the growing needs of the power demand and realizes the important role of sustainable solar power in meeting this goal. Telangana state will make use of every opportunity to augment the solar capacity for the benefit of the state. Our endeavor is that, and we are planning for that. The economy of Telangana is also dependent upon agriculture. As you know, the entire country's occupation, agriculture is very important. There's a primary occupation of the people of the country. And the government of Telangana is providing 24 hours free supply of power to agriculture consumers in the state, being the only one state in India which is doing so. 24-hour supply, quality power for the purpose of irrigation. Telangana has a vast solar potential with average solar installation of nearly 5.5 kilowatt hour per square meter for more 300 sunshine days. To promote and encourage solar power, Telangana's solar power policy 2015 was issued. And we are going in the right direction to produce more and more of solar power to augment the power in the state. The approach of adding solar capacities in a distributed generation manner has led to multiple benefits such as reduction in losses in transmission networks, avoidance of additional capex towards system strengthening, reduction of variability, and socio-economic benefits which is appreciated by the government of India and thereby setting as an example to rest of the nation. Government of India has set an ambitious target of increasing solar capacity to 100 gigawatts by 2022, which includes 40 gigawatts solar rooftop. In order to achieve these targets, realizing the importance of the sustainable energy goals and ambitious targets set by the Government of India, Government of Telangana is implementing a wide range of regulatory and policy interventions, thereby giving the required support and focus for promoting solar power in the state. It was also estimated that utility scale grid parity is expected to be achieved faster than originally estimated, and solar power started aggressively competing with conventional power. Government of Telangana utilized the positive environment in solar energy market in the state for sustainability, increasing the share of renewable energy in power generation by harnessing the solar potential and other renewable energy potential in the state of Telangana, and increased solar energy share from 2% in 2014-15 to 27% in 2021, currently, and still continuing to expand. You can see more than 10 times increase in the generation of solar power. That's a great achievement for the state. The installed capacity of solar in the state of TS stands at 3,964.13 megawatts currently. This is one amongst the highest in the country. This is particularly satisfying achievement of one considers that a mere 74 megawatts of solar capacity was installed at the inception of the state in June 2014. So you can see the quantum jump in this. And we all feel proud about it. The new state has been able to achieve so much in such a short time. Though policy framework to promote the solar energy at state level is in position, the continuous efforts of the state government will be there to accelerate the development of solar energy, which could play a vital role in the development of power infrastructure, especially in the far-flung areas and in utilization of sustainable energy. Power from solar energy sources is an attractive proposition in isolated areas, especially in times of high demand and in areas of high risk. Telangana state is also a front runner in implementing the solar rooftop projects. This is being taken up in a big way. I am happy to inform that the installed capacity of solar in the state of Telangana stands at 200 megawatts currently, which includes domestic and commercial segments. Recently, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, has launched the State Rooftop Solar Attractiveness Index, SARL, which is first of its kind index to provide a comprehensive overview of state-level measures adopted to facilitate rooftop solar development. And I am very happy to share that Telangana has been placed in the second rank, with Karnataka being the first and Gujarat being third, for creative, conducive environment for solar rooftop installations, encouraging investment and leading to accelerated growth of the sector in the state. The current installed capacity of TS state stands at 17,250 megawatts. That is, of which includes installed capacity of renewable energy is 4,445 megawatts, which is approximately 25% of the total share. We are also planning for significant capacity additions in the coming years by continuing the solar PV on-grid program like solar rooftop under domestic and commercial segments, including the PM Kusum scheme for betterment of farmers' income, floating solar projects, etc., and other RE projects like municipal solid waste for energy, etc. We are targeting to increase the RE from 4,445 megawatts to 7,000 megawatts in the next 4 to 5 years. It is the earnest endeavor of Government of Telangana to encourage and support all the shareholders for strengthening the promotion of sustainable solar power in the state. In this, we would like to have the support of everybody, and the state is really going forward in terms of augmenting the solar power. And as it has come so many times that solar rooftop is being taken up in a big way, and each of us can be a part of it by getting it installed on our rooftops and ensuring that we save power and we generate pollution-free power. And as I said earlier, at the cost of repetition, I would like to say, if that is done, and at the same time, if you have an electric car or electric mobike, the maintenance of the vehicle will be almost zero, because you will be able to charge it. You can have the charger in your house and you can charge it and see that it is totally maintenance free, and you'll not have to spend anything on the vehicle. And at the same time, it will be pollution free. All the vehicles which are there. Right now in the state, we have something like 1.5 crore vehicles in the entire state and around 1,000 motorcycles. And you can imagine the amount of pollution which is generated because of that. Now, if they are all converted, or at the same time, it cannot be done, if they are done slowly, that they are converted to electric vehicles. First of all, these vehicles will not generate any pollution. Secondly, when these vehicles are being charged, they'll be charged with clean energy, that is the solar energy. So there'll be no question of any pollution because of these two things, solar energy as well as the electric vehicles. And solar energy, the state is doing a lot. You can also come forward. As I said, rooftop is a thing which can be done individually by spending like something like 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs. The house is very big. It could be 10 lakhs, so it could be 5 lakh rupees. You can get it installed. And as you know, there is net billing in which you can get the bill after deducting what you're supplying to the grid. So that we can all work together to ensure that we adopt this solar energy. And this, I congratulate the organizers for organizing such a good seminar today, such a good meeting today that will bring about awareness and take us forward towards a pollution-free society. Because ultimately, the aim is that only. That, okay, we should get power, continuous power, quality power. That is for, the quality power will be for the machinery which is being used. The machine will not get damaged if the quality power is there. But by generating the power, if it is generating pollution, then the people who are there around the vicinity of the, or in the, even if not in the vicinity, it will through the air and all that, this pollution will spread and that will damage our health. So both ways we should ensure that the environment is clean, and for that solar is very good. Slowly we should move towards that. And I hope one day we'll be having a lot of solar generation, we'll be depending on that. And only right now, the only thing which is hampering it fully is the, what is called this storage capacity. If that is enhanced, it has been enhanced to a great extent now. The vehicles which have come now, I was reading the other day that America, they have developed, I think Tesla has done it. The total running hours would be something like 6 lakh kilometers. And in one charge, the vehicle would go to something like 650 to 700 kilometers. That's the only thing. And before this, I was in the transport department. We have taken 40 electric buses in the state, in the city, and they have been run to the airports, and they are doing very well. And we are saving a lot of money in that. At the same time, we are protecting our environment. So we should all work together to ensure that we move towards this direction, towards a free, pollution-free power generation, and at the same time, preserving our natural resources like coal, oil, and things like that, to ensure that they are not used, they do not pollute the atmosphere. So once again, thanks to the organizers for arranging such a good seminar, and we should all work together to ensure that we achieve our aim and goal. Thank you very much. Thanks once more.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil, for providing your insights. And now it's time for the white paper release by HYSEA and CBRE. The white paper is titled The Next Normal, Reimagining Hyderabad's Real Estate Landscape. Including all the dignitaries on the dais, I request Mr. Ram Chandani, Managing Director, Advisory and Transactions, to join the CBRE India, to join the white paper release. I also request all the HYSEA forum members to join this white paper release. Everyone, please. All the HYSEA forum members as well.
requesting Ram to just, say, Gibson, to give us some highlights about the white paper. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the CBRE management, Mr. Anshuman Magazine, our Chairman CEO, Ram Chandani, India Head for Transactions, and all the team at CBRE, we thank you, HYSEA team, for giving us this opportunity to work on this report and partner with as an knowledge partner. This report briefly talks about the growth of Telangana in last year, many years, especially from 2016 onwards. Talks about the supply of grade A office supply and also the future of the grade A office supply in Hyderabad. It also talks about the growth of Telangana, both in an ITS industry over the last few years. As on 2021, the ITS export stand at 1.5 lakh scores of revenue. So this growth has propelled the growth of real estate in Hyderabad. That's if you have seen, from 2016 till now, there's almost, the supply has doubled. Now the supply stands around 90 million square foot of space. In the next 2 to 3 years, we'll see an additional 35 million square foot of grade A supply coming up. So apart from that, it also talks about the future of the workplace. It talks about more about how employees and employers are going to look at the future workplace and how it can benefit both the organizations and the employees. Thank you so much. And once again, I would like to acknowledge our colleagues Raka and Abhinav who worked on this report and their teams. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gibson, for walking us through the important points about the white paper. And now, let me give a brief introduction about today's chief guest, Mr. Arvind Kumar, IAS Special Chief Secretary, MA and UD, and Director General, NIUA. Mr. Arvind Kumar is a graduate in economics and a postgraduate in management, MBA, from the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, IIMA. He completed a master's in public policy, MPP, from Woodrow Wilson School, WWS, Princeton University, USA, as Robert McNamara Scholar, and a course on leadership and globalization from LSE London, UK, as a Chevening Scholar. He has been in the Indian Administrative Service, IAS, since 1991 and has worked in various capacities at the state level for over 2 decades, which include inter alia, carrying out all the development and welfare work on behalf of the state government in 2 districts and as the municipal city CEO in 2 cities. Mr. Arvind Kumar is presently working as the Principal Secretary, Municipal Administration and Urban Development and Commissioner, Information and Public Relations Departments of the Government of Telangana. We are really glad that you are here, Mr. Arvind. And I request Mr. Arvind Kumar to deliver his address.
Dignitaries on the dais, colleagues from CBRE, HYSEA, and dear friends, privileged to be here. I'll quickly go through the area in which I'm working in, which is basically urban sector, the kind of things which are happening and areas where we can perhaps collaborate. Just to give you a perspective, say in our state of Telangana, the total urban area in terms of just the geographical area is about 3%. So this 3% of area accommodates 50% of the population and about 70% of the GDP is originating from this 3% of the area. So that's the kind of urbanization we are talking about. Same is the case would be in all other states. Of course, southern states, at the risk of generalizing, I'm saying are urban states, whether it's Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, and Telangana. Telangana, right now, our urban population is roughly about 43%. And in next census, we are going to see it much, much more. The state, when it was formed, we had about 78 urban local bodies or cities. Because of because of the kind of urban features, we added a lot more. And today the number of cities in the state is about 142, including Hyderabad. When we are talking about urban areas and Hyderabad in particular, the magnitude of growth can be gauged by the fact that the total built up area for office space in Hyderabad for last 2 years, last couple of years, and what is in the pipeline, if we just add up together, is more than what has been added in last 70 years in Hyderabad. So that's the kind of growth scenario we are talking of. And that also speaks about the kind of ecosystem which are existing, whether it's law and order, whether it's the pro-industry, pro kind of corporate policies, overall governance, cost of living, cosmopolitan culture. And I would say that it's a very welcome nature of Hyderabad that whosoever comes here to work after a couple of years starts thinking about settling down in Hyderabad, especially those who are shifting from Bangalore and other cities also. So that's the kind of thing overall which is happening in the state. Taking you through, the state was formed in 2015, and since then there have been a lot of changes. Earlier, my colleague Sunil Sharma mentioned about energy scenario. In fact, the first challenge when the state was formed was how to make it 24/7. During those initial years, I was heading energy department, and first year after the state was formed, I think the concentration was on energy, and today we are not only self-reliant in energy, which is 24/7, but solar and renewable energy, we have gone way ahead. And so that was the first kind of focus area. Along with that came HYSEA, which most of you are aware of, the industrial policy, which was announced in 2015. As we speak, a total of about 17,500 approvals have been accorded, which are instant approvals based on self-certification. And this has been one of the unique policies which has been taken up by other states. Under EODB, we have been consistently ranked #1 or co-ranked with a couple of other states. Along with this, some of the major policy changes have been taken up. For example, the new Panchayati Raj Act was brought in rural areas. Likewise, the new Telangana Municipalities Act in 2019 was brought for urban areas. Just to give you a couple of examples as to what this policy entails. One very interesting feature is 10% of every city's budget shall be earmarked for and as green budget. So if Hyderabad budget is about 3,000 crores, I'm just giving a figure, the green budget for Hyderabad city alone would be about 300 crores. So this kind of earmarking budget for taking up green activity is a very planned one, conscious one, and is aimed to kind of ensure that cities don't remain just concrete jungles, but we have sufficient lung space, and that's already showing its kind of results if you have traveled of late on ORR and some of the other areas also. I'll quickly go through some of the policies and other initiatives which the state government has taken. See, government focus, basically, I can divide in 3 forms. One is we take up capital investment. If we have to make our cities livable, if we have to make them attractive, if we have to make them as engine of growth, there should be enough attraction, enough employability, and that's where government needs to put capital investment in roads and infrastructure. That's first part. Second is we simplify regulations. So TS-IPAS, I mentioned, there are a couple of others. Recently, last year, we introduced what is called TS-BPAS. I was just going through the book, which is released from CBRE. TS-BPAS, we are saying is that anyone applying for building permission will be given instant approval if your plot size is up to 600 square yards. And beyond 600, we are saying it within defined timeline of 21 days, you'll be given all approvals. Again, you don't need to interact anyone, you don't need to meet anyone, and this is an online self-certification based kind of building approvals. Those of us who have been interacting, see the pain points for a consumer or customer or a common man is when he applies for his house permission. So in one go, what we have done is nobody needs to meet any official. You apply online, self-certified, take your instant approval and start building. So these are likewise industries. As I said, TS IPAS, we are saying you self-certify and take all your approvals and start your unit. Now, these are some of the initiatives which have been taken on regulatory side, which are very, very pro-development, pro-customer-based kind of scenario. And third, I'm saying to have focused development on infrastructure. So say, let's take Hyderabad. Hyderabad, we have municipal corporation, but it's not just one entity. Within municipal corporations, we have very dedicated SPVs, which are like, there is something called strategic road development projects, which take up all major roads and flyovers. We have Hyderabad Road Development Corporation, which takes up missing link roads. Those of you who are from Hyderabad, you would have been seeing a lot of new roads which came up during COVID time. So, there was a complete lockdown. We used that time of 20 hours per day. And we kind of laid a lot of greenfield roads, and that can be seen on ground that the work which would have taken a couple of years to complete was done in a month's time. Likewise, we have strategic Nala development. Recently, we have said strategic lake development projects and things like that. So these are bodies which take care of a very focused development so far as infrastructure is concerned. Capital investment, I'm happy to announce that in last 7 years since the state was formed, in Hyderabad alone, the state government has invested about 75,000 crores of worth of investment. So which could be roads, which could be bridges, improving the overall infrastructure. In pipeline, I'm happy to announce that we have recently sanctioned about 3,800 crores for setting up of STPs, which will process about 1,300 MLDs of wastewater. And with this, with the existing capacity, Hyderabad will be the only city in the country which would have been processing its entire wastewater in next couple of years. Likewise, in the green effort, I was telling you this, Haritaharam, Hyderabad was the only city last year which got UN-based Green Arbor City Award for its recognition in terms of the effort it has taken for green development. One very interesting thing we are doing is we are setting up what is called Urban Center of Excellence. In fact, the design competition was concluded recently and we are finalizing the building. This will be a center not only for India, but it will be a regional center for, it's more of a think tank so far as urban issues are concerned. So it's going to be in shape in the next couple of years. And we are very excited when the Urban Center of Excellence starts working. Likewise, coming with today's theme, post-COVID scenario, etc., we have come out with a policy which is called Integrated Township Policy, which basically talks about any developer who is having a site of more than 100 acres beyond ORR. And if he's planning to set up an integrated township, which means office space and walk to work concept, residential apartments, commercial complexes, government is going to give a lot of incentives. Happy to announce that there are already 2 such developers. One of the site is in fact 480 acres, which is coming up on the outskirts. And this is the kind of development we are talking about. So post-pandemic scenario, walk to work concept, you are staying there. These are independent houses. Your workspace is there. So it's a kind of, I would say that a policy which is in tune with time and which will bear its result very soon. Coming to the design aspect so far as buildings are concerned and our real estate sector, how it has responded on COVID and post-COVID scenario. Firstly, today you would have seen in newspaper that Hyderabad is the fastest growing city so far as occupation of real estate is concerned for office purpose for Q3 of this year. It's beaten Bangalore And top three cities of Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Pune occupy almost 66% of the total office space leased out this year. Likewise, the second news which you would have seen today was that the growth in employment in Telangana is 20% higher than for the same period last year. Of course, last year was more of an exception, but these are the two good points. But if I talk about real estate, we have CREDI and other organizations. I'm sure some members are here, but I'll just read out quickly some of the things which are being incorporated in the new buildings or residential complexes which are coming up. Firstly, creating a series of interconnected open and semi-open spaces such as thresholds, verandas, courtyards, gardens, which is extending the idea of home. At homes, the new designs of residential houses include study area, separate office room, technically equipped and energy efficient homes with stronger ventilations. Just to have that feeling that it's not cluttered, the designs are more ventilated now with larger stairwells and skylight passages. Then design marking a bedroom with attached toilet if they need to quarantine a family member in the future. So that's one feature which I'm seeing in most of the residential complexes which are coming up. Smart home systems, not only controlling temperature, but also the quality of air, and if necessary to automatically clean it. Likewise, the provision of oximeters, thermometers, sanitizers, which have become quite common. Office buildings, when we talk about, I'm sure we discussed about IT policy, the new IT policy of the state government. Likewise, we are talking about parking requirement, how to work it out in the scenario. Likewise, part home, part office scenario, how we work out. And so far as permitting buildings, office buildings are concerned, we have taken a very pragmatic attitude and we are giving few relaxations on a case-to-case basis also if it's catering to these kind of scenarios. My last point earlier, my colleague Sunil was mentioning, and Suman is here, is transportation. We very strongly feel that one of the yardsticks for how developed a city is what percentage of its people use public transportation. There are cities in Europe where the percentage of public transport is as high as 75% and more. In India, when we see, I quote from one of the KPMG's report, Bombay is the city which is around 66%. But all other cities, in fact, Delhi still is about 50, even though metro is there for a while. Hyderabad is almost 1/3. Unless we improve the public transport component in daily commuting, the dependence on two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and the chaos and kind of traffic congestion is going to be there for a while. This is where I think my takeaway for today's seminar would be that how do we collaborate to ensure that we kind of increase the presence of public transport. Earlier, Suman mentioned about electrification of shared mobility. Some of the new greenfield townships which are coming up, like the one in Kokapet, we expect about 1 million people will be operating from Kokapet in next 5 years or so. Now, how do we manage the public transport for them? So at this stage, since it's a greenfield township, we are planning how do we link with metro. Do we have some BRT-based mobility to some of the new residential townships which are coming up in Tellapur and elsewhere? But the last mile connectivity has been a challenge for us. And those who are attending today, including Suman, I request if we can think about increasing the share of public transport, e-buses, electric-based Neo Metro is being introduced in Nagpur. But can we think of these areas which can also then go to tier 2 towns like Warangal, Karimnagar, and which will also enable people from suburban areas to come to Hyderabad more easily rather than right now what's happening, everyone takes their two-wheeler or whatever car to metro station, park there, comes to the office point, again takes some public auto or something and then goes to work. It's inconvenient. And if I'm working in an AC surrounding or if I'm expected to wear formal clothes, it's not a very convenient kind of thing. So can we think of electric mobility-based public transport, which kind of improves the city scenario, which decreases the dependence on private vehicles. And in the long run, it kind of gels well with the overall ecosystem of the city. Population is increasing, there is pressure. There is hardly a family which doesn't have two vehicles, two cars these days. And however much we try to add the number of roads, radial roads, new roads, greenfield roads, it's never going to be sufficient unless we gradually shift from private vehicles to public transport. And that would be my request. And if we can work in those directions, let's be partner and let's make Hyderabad, it is the best city. Let's continue to make it better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Arvind Kumar, for sharing with us the Telangana government's vision to make the Telangana state future ready from the infrastructure point of view. Thanks a lot. And now, I request Mr. Bharni Arol to present HYSEA mementos to Mr. Arvind Kumar and Ms. Suman Mishra. And I also request Mr. Ramesh Kaza to join this. I now request Mr. Prashant Singh, City Business Head, Hyderabad ICICI Bank, to come on to the dais and present a memento to Mr. Arvind Kumar. Thank you, Mr. Prashant Singh. Thank you, everyone. And now it's time for a tea break. So have tea and we'll come back soon. It's a 10-minute break.
check, mute, mute. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Ah. Ara? Ah. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 1, 2, hey, 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 hey. Check, 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 1, 2, hey, 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 check, 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 1, 2, hey, 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 1, 2, check, 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 1, 2, hey, 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 1, 2, check, check.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear this? How do you, is there a decibel meter? We can check. Hello, hello, hello. When I'm talking, I'm able to hear it now. Now I'm able to hear. Yeah. Yeah. Now I'm able to hear. Yes, yes. And there was a large echo. No, when I'm standing here and talking, people here, we could not hear anything other than echo. Because these two were not probably operational, only the speakers. So this is adjusted now. What about this TV? So then it went bad.
Check.
I request everyone to come back and take your seats. I hope everyone is enjoying the tea. So the tea break is officially finished. So it was actually a 10-minute tea break, but which continued to be a 15-minute break. But yeah, so I request everyone out there, even if you're still sipping your tea or coffee, you can just come here and sip it from here. You can take your seats. Requesting everyone to join back. Requesting everyone over there to join back the session. So now the panel discussions are about to happen. So a lot of people are having lots of discussions at the area where the coffee is being served. So I request each and every gathering over there. Okay. So let's start the panel discussions now. So the first panel will be on betting on Hyderabad. how it can be the next gen smart city. And the panelists are Mr. Deepak Gore, Head Smart City and Urban Infra Simons. He will be joining us virtually. And Ms. K. Vijay Lakshmi, CEO, HMTA. HMTA is Hyderabad Unified Metropolitan Transport Authority. Also, Ms. Swati Lakra, IPS Additional DGP, Women's Safety. She Teams and Bharosa will also be joining us. And Mr. Murli Krishna, MD and CEO, Fluent Grid Limited. He will also be joining us virtually. So these are the panelists. And Mr. Ram Chandani, Managing Director, Advisory and Transaction, CBRE India, will be acting as moderator for this panel. So let the panel discussion begin. I also request the technical team to connect us with Mr. Deepak Guri as well as Mr. Murli Krishna, since they will be connecting with us virtually, requesting the technical team to connect them with us as soon as possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I request all the colleagues and friends who are having coffee and enjoying their coffee to please pick up their coffees and come in? Can I request Mrs. Vijay Lakshmi to please join the dais? And Mrs. Swati Lakra. Someone going to assist Ms. Swati to come? Okay. This session is, I would say, the true spirit of hybrid. Two of my fellow panelists are going to be, and you can see them, they are going to be virtually talking, and two of my other panelists are going to be on the dais. Hi, Murli. Can you hear us?
Hi, Ram. Yeah, loud and clear. Thank you.
Can't hear you clearly. Can you be a little loud?
Yeah, is that better now?
Yeah, that's better. Thanks.
Great. Yeah, my sincere apologies for not being there in person. Thanks for accommodating this way. Really appreciate it.
Did we also connect Mr. Deepak? Please, ma'am. Great. Do we have Deepak also? Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of the second edition of the HYSEA Infrastructure Summit. I'd like to thank HYSEA for organizing this great event. Today, most of the cities are challenged with never-ending traffic issues, pollution, crime levels, high energy consumption, and we spoke about power and traffic and what the EV industry will do for us in the future. I think, but most importantly, how can we overcome some of those challenges? I think from an Indian context, we've seen over the years that we've created cities, but the biggest challenge has been timely development of infrastructure and the balance between growth and environment and sustainability. I think these are typical challenges of India, and these have been challenges around the world. It's not just in India. Obviously, in some of the other parts of the world, we spoke about China, where all that infrastructure is created and then invited organizations to come set up. I think in India, we are obviously doing the reverse. But it's believed that smart cities will help us not repeat those mistakes going forward. A smart city is determined by a set of characteristics. I think infrastructure and what can we do with infrastructure and with technology, and there's so much impetus on technology and what technology can do for developing that smart infrastructure and then managing that smart infrastructure, environment, and then what are we doing from an environmental perspective, and the effective functioning of our transportation system. I think that's a very, very important aspect. And the progressive plans of how that city's master plan is looked at, what can we do together with the government to be able to future-proof the cities? I think that's very, very important going forward. And how people are able to live, work, and manage with the resources that the city has with all the development that's happening. Our topic for today is betting on Hyderabad and how can it be the next gen smart city. And not that Hyderabad hasn't delivered itself from a roadmap perspective. Hyderabad's done fairly well. It's been an attractor for global occupiers. Today, Hyderabad is the second largest office absorber in the country, which is fantastic. Let's start with our panel, and then two of my panel colleagues, Deepak and Murli, are virtual. Deepak is the head of Smart City and Urban Infra with Siemens. I have Madam Vijay Lakshmi, CEO of Humta. I have Madam Swati Lakra, who's the IPS DGP Women Safety for Telangana, and Mr. Murli Krishnan, again, virtually available. I'm not sure, I don't see, Deepak, are you there? We don't see you. Maybe your video is off. Deepak, can you hear us?
Yes, Ram, I can hear you now. Unfortunately, I think there's still some issues going on with the video. So if it comes on, fine. Otherwise, we'll just continue as it is.
Okay, let me kick off with you, Deepak.
Yes, Ram.
Starting with the most basic question, what makes a city smart? And what do we need as the basic criteria for a smart city? Let's start with you. You're obviously the leader at Siemens, heading the Smart City Initiative. Let's start with you, Deepak.
Thanks, Ram. At the outset, a note of thank you for HYSEA for having me in this summit, and a very good afternoon to my co-panelists. I mean, it's a question which has a lot of definitions, but let me take you back in time to a few thousand years to say the city of Rome. I mean, at times, a most prosperous city built on trading and conquests. Super infrastructure it had, cobblestone roads, stone aqueducts, which used to carry fresh drinking water from the mountains. Water was harnessed for factories, for the metalworking, armaments, making chariots, making articles for common use, etc. And also, there is a lot of quality of life entertainment centers for citizens. You would have seen the Colosseum, you would have seen a lot of beautiful gardens, the chariot races, etc., 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 it all. So a very prosperous place, a lot of money, a great quality of life for people, and seems a good place. Let us move a few thousand kilometers down to the deserts of Jordan. I mean, let us move to the Petra, which is the capital city of the Nabatean people in the early BCs. I think this city in the desert was a major regional trading hub on the incense trade routes. I mean, it's the trade or the economic activity which helped create this city. It attracted a lot of investments by the Arabs who were very, very interested in this incense, and they invested and funded, and the city went up to 20,000 people. Again, being in a desert, the people were very ingenious. They had tremendous rain harvesting skills and technologies. If you go there, you'll see the rock channels with a very 2-degree slope cut across the mountains to channelize the rainwater. So rainwater harvesting was good for people, for agriculture, for stone carving, etc. Unfortunately, when the whole economic activity changed, the new sea routes emerged, and an earthquake in 363 BC, I think the whole city of Petra was abandoned. Moving a bit closer to India, to Gujarat in Dholavira, which is a Harappan city, you'll also find a lot of incidents of city thriving, and it had a very good trade with a lot of Gulf countries, and within Sindh, within India and other places. That was 3,500 years BC we are talking of, and it was a very well planned city with water harvesting, drainage. They were expert metallurgists. They were maritime people. And incidentally, since the Mesopotamia kingdom collapsed, these guys used to do a lot of trading with Mesopotamia. And subsequently, there all the manufacturing, marketing, and export activities also took a hit. And of course, there was an earthquake, and the channel which led to the city also silted up. So a combination of economic diversity and natural calamities actually forced the city to be abandoned. Since we are in Hyderabad, we are talking of Hyderabad. Hyderabad is a beautiful old city, 3,000, at least a couple of thousand years old, known for Golconda Fort. As you move from the airport, you will see a big mix of high-rises, glass IT park buildings, plus the old fort of Golconda, Charminar, old cities. It's a good mix, and it has actually metamorphosed into Cyberabad on the IT world map. Rated as Mercer.
Deepak, I'm going to hold you here. I'm going to come back to you to get into specifics for Hyderabad.
Yeah. Okay. I will just complete what a smart city is. Leave the Hyderabad part. Okay.
Thanks, Deepak.
Thanks.
I'm going to come to Mrs. Vijay Lakshmi, who's the CEO of HYSEA. Obviously, you heard Deepak from a context perspective of what smart cities are expected to look like. In India, we are developing, and we've identified with the policy in terms of the number of smart cities that everyone signed up for. What do you think? I mean, obviously, the biggest challenge has been transport. And when we've spoken about transport with overall development for many, many years. And how do you future-proof transport? I think the key is, while we all have planned for transport, are we really future-proofing transport with the kind of growth the cities are seeing? I'd like to get you in and get your thoughts, ma'am.
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I audible? Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank HYSEA for inviting me here to be part of this great infrastructure summit 2021 and asking me to share our plans and vision for transport infrastructure with respect to the Hyderabad metropolitan area. So before I answer your question, Mr. Ram, I would like to just inform the audience, because they may not be aware of what is HYMTA. I would just like to elaborate. HYMTA stands for Hyderabad Unified Metropolitan Transport Authority. It is a umbrella professional body to coordinate with various agencies or the stakeholders in transport infrastructure to ensure seamless travel, multimodal integration, and also prepare vision plans. I have a slide here just to show you the functions of HYMTA. So we do the comprehensive planning, we do policy development, and we also into coordination with various agencies and funding strategy, multimodal integration, and promote non-motorized transport, which is a very good transport now, and e-mobility, promote e-mobility. We heard Ms. Suman earlier. So on behalf of MAUD, HYMTA is coordinating with all agencies to promote e-mobility and also provide infrastructure or the land for providing electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So this is our mandate broadly. In addition, we also deal with the safety and security of commuters in public transport system. These are the major functions. So in order to, and you were asking about the challenges in urban transport. The cities are facing a lot of challenges because first of all, we have a multiplicity of agencies. And in Hyderabad, we have 14 agencies to deal with urban transport infrastructure. So there is a lack of coordination amongst them. And there is a lack of funding issues are there, lack of qualified professionals are there. And we don't have a last mile and first mile connectivity between various systems. So all these need to be addressed. These are the challenges. And when we come to public transportation challenges, we have the systems in place in Hyderabad or any others in Indian city, but the reliability of that system is not making people attractive towards it. So the punctuality, reliability issues, accessibility issues, and integration with other modes, these are the issues. That's the reason public transport face a lot of challenge. In Hyderabad, if you see the constitution of the traffic or the composition of the traffic, people only that, like our special chief secretary informed earlier, only 32% of people take public transport. Why this is happening? 51% people are using two-wheelers, and private vehicle percentage is more than any other metropolis in India. Like we discussed, even in international, if you see, they are above 70% public transport share in India. Other cities, Delhi has 51% and Bangalore has around 50% and Chennai 43%. We have only 32%. So this, the whole objective of UMTA is, or government is, how do we enhance the public transport share? So what needs to be done? So with this challenge in mind, we have prepared a comprehensive transportation plan. You can see on the screen that we have prepared a lot of plans for future. We have, through this study, we have prepared short-term strategies, medium-term plans, long-term plans for 2041. So we are going to have around 1,000 kilometers of dedicated public transport system by the year 2041. This is needed because Hyderabad is growing in terms of population and employment. By 2041, we envisage 18 million population and 9 million employment. So how do we cater to this, their travel needs? That's the reason we need to have all the smart transport system we have planned here. So this is what the bigger vision I wanted to tell.
Thank you for sharing your light and the larger vision of what we're doing in Hyderabad. Swati, I'm going to bring you in here. The use of technology for better surveillance. And Hyderabad obviously has installed over 600,000 cameras. I think they've put a good use to technology. And safety of citizens is very, very important. I know HYSEA has partnered with the government to really drive that initiative to the very next level. How do you think we stack up today, and what's our roadmap for growth for Hyderabad? Would like to get your views, ma'am.
As far as general technology is concerned?
Technology and overall surveillance.
Surveillance part
yes,
of it.
because
Okay.
citizen safety is key.
Yeah. So thank you, HYSEA, first of all, for having me here. And citizen safety, if we see, basically it has a whole gamut of things which are required for citizen safety, and surveillance is just one part of safety parameter. But if you see Hyderabad city, we have almost 7 lakh cameras today in the entire GHMC area. And you must have also heard about Hyderabad being the most livable city as per the Mercer's survey report for the past few years also. And also it has been adjudged one among the 10 cities globally to be the most surveilled city in the world. So having said that, the importance of surveillance, we feel is very important, is there. And the reason being that we use the CCTV cameras for various purposes. Mostly if you see for, a deterrence purpose, for prevention aspects also, we are using the CCTV cameras. And right now, if we see, we have cameras in every street, all the roads, the important installations, everywhere we have these CCTV cameras. And because of that, there has been a reduction in the crime rate also by 34%. And I will give you an example also of how we have been able to use these CCTV cameras. Earlier, if you see, there were a lot of chain snatchings taking place across Hyderabad. We used the CCTV cameras and we were able to nab the offenders immediately. So the main, aspect being that the fear of getting caught and the fear of getting punished should be there in the mindset of the criminals, which will help us, in curbing crime. And so now, if you see, there are hardly any chain snatchings happening because we are able to nab all the offenders who have been doing this. In fact, there were offenders coming from outside Telangana also who have now stopped coming because because of the same fear of getting caught. So we have been able to drive that sense of fear among the criminals, and that is why that 34% decrease in crime. Similarly, there is a lot of deterrence in fact, deterrence and for the investigation detection of the crime also. We are able to detect the crime immediately within 24 to 48 hours because these cameras are there. So for that also, detecting our cases, we are able to do it within 48 hours. In fact, any case which happens, because the criminal will be traveling from one place to the other. Apart from that, we normally have to give evidences in the court for, whenever a decision is taken by the court. And for that, evidences, a foolproof, video evidence, which is taken from the footage of CCTV cameras, has led to numerous convictions for our cases. So we have been able to, get a lot of convictions also. And apart from that, a sense of confidence has also come up among the citizens that they are being, surveilled, and that, the police are there for protecting them. Having said that, I would also like to, say that it is being used for various ways for traffic, also traffic management, and future course of, if you ask us, then you must have seen the command and control center, which is coming up in Hyderabad. Now this we are doing through the cooperation. And now CCTV cameras and the installation of these cameras, let me tell you, is also being done in collaboration with the citizens also. So it is citizens like you also who are helping us in installing these cameras. We have three categories basically of how we install these cameras. One we call Nenu Setup. Basically, it is individuals, establishments, which install the cameras, and they give the footage to our mini command control center, which is placed in all the police stations. So it helps the local police officers in getting the footages of the various scenes. Similarly, we have the community CCTV cameras, which come from maybe groups of people, corporates, etc., even MLAs, MP lad funds, and we install those cameras. And the other one is, of course, sponsored by the government. All these cameras put together, we want to have the integrated link at the main command and control center, which is coming up in Banjara Hills. And that will not only be useful for the police, but it will be a sort of multi-agency, multi-department, which will be which will take help from this kind of CCTV footages. So all in all, let me tell you that we are the most surveilled city, and these surveillances help us in detect crime and in also, prevent the crime, to make the entire society a more safer place to live in.
Thank you, Swati. Thank you. Great insight. And I think the city is really doing a lot to bring some of these aspects to future-proof the city. Murli, I'm going to bring you in. We heard about power, we heard about EV and what power can do from a growth perspective. Obviously, power crisis is a global phenomena. There are challenges on power. How do you think technology can future-proof and be adapted from a smart city perspective to address power challenges? And how do we really use technology to future-proof some of these challenges from a power perspective? Obviously, we had in the previous discussion, the IS officer spoke about coal shortages that we're all facing globally. So from a technology perspective, what do you think we can do to future-proof our power situation from an India context and more so in Hyderabad?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Ram. And I take the opportunity to thank HYSEA for inviting me to be part of this very distinguished panel. Yeah, power is the, core sector, other backbone for any city's development or progress. And today, there is unprecedented power shortage across the globe. And definitely it's a hot topic now. And the utilities, power distribution utilities, the DISCOMs as you call them, they wish they could curtail electricity loads on the consumption side to balance the demand with supply on the grid. So demand side management facilitates load forecasting and load management through incentives and even disincentives, I would say, such as the time of use pricing, TOU pricing, and critical peak pricing. There is these dynamic tariffs that are being introduced now, real-time tariffs. There are energy efficiency measures, etc. So the technology, the tools, and the business models and the implementation expertise is widely available. And the current crisis presents us with definitely a very serious business case too. So further, the smart city should incentivize or even mandate rooftop solar PV, or at least solar water heaters, like what Bangalore is doing, what Bangalore is already implementing to curtail peak loads, especially with the proliferation of electric vehicles, EVs, and the the burden or the burgeoning sales of air conditioning loads or HVAC loads. So the grid connected solar PV with battery storage and battery connected electric vehicles can contribute to demand side management during critical peak events in a smart grid like scenario, and helping to shift the peak load demands to off peak. Having said that, see, the foundational element for the future smart grid or even to enable these scenarios and many more to come in the future is smart metering with advanced metering infrastructure, also called as AMI. So AMI facilitates two-way communication between the consumer and the utility. So earlier we had real-time insights on the generation side, but now smart metering also provides that insight, real-time insight on the consumption side as well. So the nature and quantum of these, the data collected from the smart meters, sensors, they're primarily complex IoT devices, gives the utility the ability to control electric supply remotely and opens up a plethora of possibilities, including current disconnect and using the same data for various other planning and analysis needs besides the billing and customer service, of course. So for any smart city, and especially for Hyderabad, I think the energy sector priorities would be to implement advanced metering infrastructure across the city, along with demand side management or demand response programs, encourage or even mandate solar PV and solar thermal, and promote public or even private EV charging networks to get started to begin with at least.
Thanks, Murali. I'll come back to you. I have another very interesting question to come back to you on. Deepak, I'm going to bring you back in. One of the biggest challenges around the world is civic authorities obviously face the biggest challenge on how do you fund these initiatives, smart cities. Obviously, Hyderabad in 2017 raised about 200 crores by selling some money bonds. With your role at Siemens, obviously, you have been talking about investments, private partnerships, etc. What do you think we can learn what's happening globally and what we can do in India and in Hyderabad? I'd like to bring you in to share your views on some innovative ways of how do you fund some of these, how do you partner with governments, to get your views, Deepak.
Thanks, Ram. I think the worldwide everybody is searching for answers to this question, and so are we. And I'm sure the rest of the countries. I think that's the biggest challenge. How do we fund cities? I mean, historically, if you see from all the cities, it was all the rulers who built all the infrastructure from the taxes which were collected from citizens. So indirectly, it was the users who actually ended up paying for all the infrastructure and facilities in those cities. But the times are different. In today's times, there was a lot of effort done on making projects under PPP. And somewhere where there is a revenue stream possibility, I think things are done. I think we have metros, we have the Bangalore airport where Siemens is a stakeholder. We have some other projects where also this sort of a combination of government funding and some part of it coming from the private sector, and then you get paid back in terms of annuities is possible, which has been done. Incidentally, in one of the southern states, we also tried to do the same for an entire brownfield small town for an integrated development of a brownfield town. A combination of government funding, private funding based on a 10 years annuity model. And I think that was one of the first models of its type developed globally. And that is also a possibility, an option on the table now for doing the funding going ahead. Interestingly, on this topic, Siemens along with PwC and Berwin Leighton Peisner, we had done a study called Investor Ready Cities, how cities can create and deliver infrastructure value. I mean, this actually report was mainly addressed to the local government and authority bodies on how they could create, deliver investor-ready infrastructure projects. What should be the regulatory structures? What could be the governance, legal, financial models with security, which can actually attract private sector, convince them to invest money, and it's a win-win for both. And actually, there are a few of the case studies which were looked at in the study where the Delhi Metro, the Singapore water system, Chattanooga smart grid and communication, Transport for London, the Thameslink project, Medellin, Tel Aviv dynamic tolling, and so on and so forth. So all these projects had a mix of government funding and a mix of private sector funding and some user revenues, etc. And it goes through the period of between 10 to 15 and those years. No easy answers here, but I mean, there have been some cases which have been done in the past. And this is something I think every city could then think what is most appropriate for it and then go ahead and do it. No easy answers here. I think we just need to find out what really works. Hyderabad is good. They have raised municipal bonds. They have the credit rating. So I think it's a bit easier for them to raise. But yes, attracting the private sector to invest more and more into the core infrastructure is definitely a challenge. Even as Murli was mentioning the smart grid projects and other things, I mean, there have been a lot of efforts to put them on a private-public partnerships. But the revenue models and maturity of these models and things yet has to evolve. Thank you.
Thanks, Deepak. Thanks. Great insights. I think public-private partnership is the way forward. That's known globally, but the question is access to capital at a lower cost, which makes it financially viable. Investments long-term make it viable. Madam Vijay Lakshmi, I'm going to come back to you. We know that Hyderabad obviously has multiple planning authorities, and you did mention it. There are various master plans developed by the various authorities. And obviously, this has happened over the years, and we're trying to bring everything together. Obviously, transportation is going to really connect the dots with the various master plans. Do you think we should come up with a unified master plan? And I know the government's working on a new master plan going forward to create specific business districts for certain activity, whether it's on healthcare district. It's not just bringing in healthcare companies to set up shop there. It's like a mini Medi-City, for example. We've spoken about education and education's growing need to address that. What, in your view, we should focus from a Hyderabad perspective to really connect the dots, bring all these planning authorities together, create a holistic master plan for the city to continue to remain attractive? We've spoken about the East policy to attract and get occupiers to look at the East, but predominantly everything's pretty much focused around the West. What, in your view, should we look at holistically from a master planning perspective and connect the dots from an urban transportation system? Love to get your views.
Thank you. Hyderabad has several master plans in terms of land use, But with respect to transport infrastructure, the fundamental principle is integrate land use and transportation system. So I earlier mentioned we did a comprehensive transportation study, which is in final stages. So we take account of the future population and future land use, how the different land use is going to be distributed among the Hyderabad metropolitan area, and how the transport system has to be integrated with that. So in this, like you rightly said, the IT industry is mostly concentrated on the southwest of Hyderabad. But if this can be spread, like as per the plan, east, north, and there's some kind of thing, is it that the travel behavior will be different. And like our special chief secretary said earlier, that integrated township, where you have residences, you also have a workplace, so that the need for the travel is minimum. So ideally, we would look at this. And in terms of master plans, which you are saying with respect to land use, yes, they all need to be integrated and they should be on a common platform. And then the transportation system also need to be integrated, and for efficient dispersal of people seamlessly, and also without having without traveling much. That should be the fundamental principles. That is called the smart transportation system.
Thank you, ma'am. Do you think we're on the right track to develop that overall master plan?
I can comment only on transportation system master
Okay.
plan. We have prepared.
I don't want to put you on the spot.
Prepared.
Okay, thank you. Madam Swati, I'm going to come back to you. You spoke about data, you spoke about what's happening from an overall surveillance perspective and citizen safety. I think everyone's concerned about privacy invasions globally. Obviously, I would think the more matured markets, the Western markets, are a lot more concerned about data privacy. And I think in India also, we're starting to hear the buzz on data privacy. The government obviously has a lot of data. How do you future-proof it against theft of data? How can the data be utilized? Attacks on data. There's so many things on cybercrime happening nowadays. How can you think of maybe partnering with the technology giant to really protect the data and utilize that data for the benefit of, can the government do it alone, or would you want to partner? And would you want to share some thoughts on data privacy and how do you protect that data, cybercrimes?
Well, your concern regarding data protection is understandable. And we do have a lot of data, particularly regarding the registered criminal offenses. But let me assure all of you that we have a world-class networking, world-class software systems available with us, which is protected quite well. Also, we have the very robust servers which are monitored and secure 24/7. Similarly, the access controls also are very much there. So definitely your concerns are there, and which is also our concern, because we do understand that in today's situation and world, we have to ensure that the data that we have is not leaked out in any ways. But we are therefore also utilizing adopting the latest certifications which are available, and also upgrading our networking capabilities, so that whatever data that we have today is protected. And normally, yes, the government itself is taking care of this data protection, and we are also helped by the center from the MHA also. We have the help. But so I think, especially as far as the government data and information is concerned, I think government is capable enough to, protect the data that is available. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Murli, I'm going to bring you back in. Obviously, environment and what's happening from an environmental perspective are big concerns, not just globally, but in India. It'll be great if you can share your views from a smart city perspective on how do we ensure ecological, sustainable infrastructure is built, keeping in mind some of the environmental challenges that we have to go through.
Sure. See, these days we've been hearing this term, circular economy very often. And I think, when it comes to a city, the solid waste management is a major, thrust area, especially in growing cities like Hyderabad. And efficient waste collection, segregation, hazardous waste disposal, recycling, reuse, and conversion to energy are some of the areas where technology can be leveraged, I think. And we can look at, the sewage metering and analysis at source for industrial establishments and sewage treatment, using biotechnology. So that is one aspect. And second, air quality monitoring stations can be set up at key locations across the city. Responsible citizens like the ham operators can be asked to maintain portable air quality monitoring and push the data to city operations center, something like this command control center that Madam Swati had spoke about earlier. So this time series data on air quality can be correlated with weather and other parameters to identify the trouble spots and the root cause analysis and take corrective actions wherever needed. So that's one aspect. And the citizen sensors, via smartphones, today they're all over the place, and which can also be used for community policing. And it can be used to monitor noise levels, mosquito population, groundwater pollution, so on, and accordingly take corrective measures. And one other aspect is the geotagging of the trees in the city, citizen movement to spread the green cover, encouraging terrace gardening, penalizing open spaces or open plots and land parcels out there that are not well kept or clean and green are some of the measures that can be adopted to maintain ecological balance, is what I believe.
Thanks, Murli. Thank you. Mrs. Vijay Lakshmi, I'm going to come back to you. Obviously, you mentioned that HYSEA is looking at really partnering with the different planning authorities to really focus on an integrated development plan for the city. How do you think we stack up with some of the more matured markets, Hong Kong, Taiwan, which really thrive on public transport? Of course, we're building Manhattan in Hyderabad, but are we really catering for all that public transport in the city? And what do you think are some specific things that we could do between the government and organizations like HYSEA, the industry body as a whole, more like a public-private partnership? It'll be great to get your views. I know you don't want to talk holistically on the master plan, but purely from a transportation perspective, what can we really address together, partnering with the government? And how do you think we stack up compared to some of the matured markets around the world?
Can I have that second slide, please?
Madam has another slide. Do you want to put that up, please?
Second slide.
The second slide.
The last one.
I think the next one.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the right one.
Yes, where
Okay.
smart infrastructure is being shown. That's. Yeah. Now coming to the public transport system, you rightly said other cities in the world are well advanced ahead of Indian cities. Hong Kong, Singapore, and Taiwan and all that, they have huge public transportation system. And like I said earlier, we have only 30% of the people commute by public transport. Our aim is to make it to the 60%. So how do we do that? So like you can see on the slide, we have a master plan prepared for a public transport system in terms of 200 kilometers of metro network, around 150 kilometers of other smart mobility solutions like Metro Neo, Metro Light. These are the systems which are being promoted by Government of India recently, because every city doesn't need a high capital intensive metro system. So we can have a smart system which can be used in growing areas, also in second order cities in the state. So these are called Metro Neo and Metro Light. This is also being planned, and we already have MMTS. So how do we enhance that? We have, because right now it's only 46 kilometers. We wanted to expand it to 240 kilometers in a phased manner. All this network is going to be in a phased manner. And we also have plans for 350 kilometers of dedicated bus lanes, so that all these efforts will, along with first mile and last mile connectivity, integrating with other modes, and also having some common mobility card like other cities have it, which provides seamless travel from one mode to another mode. People need not to get down and take a ticket for another mode and go on. Right now we have a metro, we have TSRTC bus system, we have MMTS, and future, like as you can see, we are also planning some ropeways. We are planning some new generation trams from Charminar to JBS, and ropeway between MGBS to Zoo. And we have some system. Right now, this IT hub is connected by only one metro. But whereas it is the residences and or the employees are coming from different parts of the cities. So how do we bring all of them? So we are planning one metro line from KPHP to Kokapet, which is going to be new central business district. It will go, in fact, it will touch this convention center and go to high-tech city, Raidurg and financial district and Kokapet, and ultimately terminate at Narsingi. And we also have a plans for metro expressway from Raidurg to Shamshabad Airport. So this KPHP to Kokapet will integrate with that. We have another plan from Lakdi Kapul to BHEL, touching Gachibowli, Kondapur and all that. So that this kind of planning is going on, and all these things will be implemented in a phased manner. So only implementing infrastructure will not be sufficient. So we have to attract people to the infrastructure system. How do we do that? So we are working with the HMRL, MMTS and South Central Railway, and also TSRTC, how to improve the first and last mile connectivity. That is very important. So how do we integrate with the different modes of transport so that people can get attracted to the public transport system? So this is one, and we also have one Telangana card, which will provide seamless travel, and we are also working on e-mobility. We have state has a very good EV and ESS policy, comprehensive policy, which envisages that even the buses transition will be 100% by the year 2030. Right now, the fleet is around 2,800. And like Mr. Sunil Sharma, Special Chief Secretary, informed in the morning, we have 40 electric buses which are going to the airport. So immediate requirement is around 300 electric buses, and in a phased manner, they want to convert to the total fleet. So with the electric mobility and with this one Telangana card and so many kilometers of public transport in the future, I think I'm confident we also will reach the levels of other cities in the world, because they started planning and implementing from quite many number of decades, whereas India is very young in this context. We just started Delhi in late 90s. And Hyderabad just started in the last decade. We have 68 kilometers of network. We need much more than this. So with all these efforts government is doing, and we are also coordinating with all the agencies, I'm sure this will ensure the seamless travel in the city in the coming years.
Thank you, ma'am. That's fantastic. Great insights. And I think there's a lot to be done to take the city forward. I want to thank all my panelists for sharing their views. Great insights. I think we are looking forward to take the city forward to truly make it a world-class smart city. I want to thank HYSEA and the entire team for organizing this session. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, and I think we're going to break for lunch, right? Okay, sorry. Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thanking the panelists and the moderator, and I request Mr. Srinivas Rao, HYSEA COO, to present the mementos to the panelists. Thank you, Mr. Srinivas Rao. And let me introduce you the IT industry keynote speaker, Mr. Ravi Tangirala, Head Mass Mutual India. Ravi heads Global Capability Center of Mass Mutual in India. He joined Mass Mutual in the year 2019. He is primarily involved in the digital transformation of Mass Mutual's products and solutions. His role is not just entailing the growth of the organization, but also trust him to build the brand in India. He has been an executive leader with 20 plus years of international experience in various sectors like banking, insurance and finance, aviation, security, and US federal agencies. He has served in the world-class institutions like World Bank Group and others prior to heading global capability centers for Mass Mutual. Apart from heading India GCC, Ravi is also involved in multiple projects outside the organization. He is a member of the Board of Advisors, Indian School of Business, member of the Advisory Committee, Information Technology, Industries and Commerce, Government of Telangana, India, and member of NASSCOM GCC Council for AP and Telangana, India.
Good morning, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me okay?
I request the technical team to. Okay. Apologizing for the disturbance. Yeah. Now, Mr. Ravi Tangirala will be speaking on Hyderabad Infra today and tomorrow. So let us invite Mr. Ravi Tangirala.
Good morning and good afternoon.
So he'll be joining us virtually from Washington, DC.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. First of all, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say a big thank you from bottom of my heart for giving such a wonderful opportunity to be in front of such an elite and distinguished crowd this morning, where I can share my experience and also some of the thought process around the Hyderabad infrastructure for today and tomorrow. When I got the topic, I said, you know what, I would like to add one more word to it, which is Hyderabad infrastructure and the ecosystem that exists today and what we anticipate tomorrow. Just a quick introduction about Mass Mutual. Mass Mutual is one of the Fortune 100 organizations, which is in the insurance and financial services. And the organization is almost 172 years old, that never established a global capability center till 2019. When we were brought on into the team, we said, we need to take this organization outside of US. And coming from World Bank and other UN related organizations, we said, we need to go beyond, US and focus in, Asian side as well as Europe. So the first choice is obviously India. And we said, okay, which city should we pick, and what should be our destination to establish our global capability center? So obviously we are here today, and I would like to share my experience on why Hyderabad became the destination for MassMutual, while the other cities are, in the competition like Pune, Bangalore, Chennai, whatnot. So when we, as an organization, start looking at the due diligence aspect of it, there are several parameters that are being considered. And some of the key areas, or I would say unique differentiators that we looked at is, what is the city that gives us the best-in-class infrastructure to support operations and resiliency? As you all know, Hyderabad stood as one of the top cities, for its living standards and the infrastructure. And also from the commercial real estate perspective, it is one of the least expensive cities, not only from the commercial perspective, but also from the residential side. With the dedicated IT corridor and the connectivity, Hyderabad actually, is standing tall compared to all the other cities, whether you take the metro rail system, MTS, best in class or the world class airport, and the approach roads that we have, that makes a big difference in Hyderabad. And also the strategically located IT corridors, whether you, take west, east, south, or north, we have definitely an excellent growth opportunities or the growing corridors that is helping us, distribute the organizations. And also, I can't go further without saying the excellent education system, the healthcare system, and also the facilities that enables the MNC to operate, are truly fascinating. The next important point is the best-in-class ecosystem in terms of the facilities management, the corporate security, the employee transportation, the physical security, and the operation support that the ecosystem provides. And also, with the next important point is the talent availability in the IT and IT-enabled services. With the schools and educational institutions that we have in the city and the state, we have immense, capability and the talent that we can tap into. And also, one of the critical important points is the diversity of the talents, right? Where it's not only for the IT, but also enablement services, you have excellent availability. And of course, I don't need to mention about the best-in-class education. And one of the most important aspects that we have observed is the progressive government policies in order to, support the ecosystems, where we felt the government of Telangana is extremely approachable and very progressive in the thought process. I can't, say enough thanks to the IT ministry, especially KTR Garu and Jayesh Garu, for the support that they have extended, for us. And as a matter of fact, for any entity that comes into the city or the state. And again, coming to the infrastructure point, the security is utmost priority for any organization or any MNC that comes into the picture. So Hyderabad being one of the top rated cities in terms of surveillance systems or the women's security, or providing that sense of security to not only to the IT and IT corridor employees, but also for the entire population of such a vast city is truly amazing and fascinating. after London, I think Hyderabad is the second largest city with such a integrated security systems. Also, the most important point for any MNC to come is to see, how friendly it is for expats and their families. So we have excellent amenities and facilities for the expats that are planning to move down to Hyderabad. And the other important factor is the resiliency. I can't go further without talking about the current situation that we are in, or the situation that we were in from past 2 years with the COVID. The connectivity was one of the biggest aspects in terms of internet or any other infrastructure that is related to it. The way the system helped to plan the companies for business continuity and have the team members work outside of the urban regions really helped us. And the IT fraternity was able to move very fast to the work from home mode. And other important aspect is the collaboration through the presence of IT associations, whether you take HYSEA, AmCham, NASSCOM, SEC, or TIE. Compared to any other city in the world, where the IT companies or the industries are brought together to establish that friendly environment where they can share their issues or experiences or expertise. So that makes Hyderabad a very unique city in terms of infrastructure and the ecosystem that is there. So one of the critical aspects that I wanted to bring up is what are the current challenges that we are facing, and what are the future areas that we need to focus on. The first and foremost thing is the connectivity. We have wonderful transportation system, as we discussed, with the metro rail or the MMTS, but we still have challenges around that last mile connectivity, where we are still struggling and spending a lot of time to transport our employees from the endpoint to our facilities. So it will be really good if we focus on that and start thinking about the creative ways to overcome that issue. The second one is around streamlining and integrating the entire transportation process. We have seen all the companies that are managing their own transportation and cab services and all that, but we really need to start thinking about how can we collaborate and create an ecosystem where the transportation becomes as a service, transportation as a service, where we subscribe to that, and by not only it helps us reducing the overhead costs, but also we can tap into the system and pay by drink. So that's very critical. And the preparedness around all seasons, especially the rainy seasons, that's where we see a lot of struggles, and providing the right infrastructure to overcome that, whether it's the roads or drainage infrastructure, whatever it is, we need to be better prepared for that. And also, trying to see how we can decentralize, the presence of the industries. There is a lot of focus and emphasis on, growing towards east, north, and south, and go beyond high-tech city and financial district area. I just heard about, the policies around electric vehicles. That is very important, not only from the pollution perspective, but also bringing that eco-friendly environment for Hyderabad to make sure we, utilize the latest technologies to reduce the pollution levels and also utilize more electric vehicles instead of the fossil fuels. And with the growing needs and growing infrastructure, we also have the growing needs of power and water. We really need to start focusing on what are the different alternate energy sources, and also start focusing on some of the very important green initiatives. And there are a lot of organizations that have very creative and innovative ideas that can be adopted by the big organizations, not only support the products and also the innovative thought process, also it will help us start planning for alternate sources of energy. With all this, there is a big need of creating a playbook that will help the companies that are planning to come to Hyderabad. And this is something that we are also proposing to state of Telangana to come up with a playbook, one-stop shop with all the details around what essentially takes from a company from a inception to a concrete, with all the providers and services, which is very, very critical. And every company that is planning to establish in Telangana, Hyderabad, they may or may not have all the details, especially the wonderful ecosystem that we have and the infrastructure that we have. So there is a good need of creating the awareness and also creating that system where people can have like a one-stop shop, for all their needs. With that, I don't want to take any further. I would like to say a big thank you once again to Team HYSEA, Bernie and his leadership team, for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to be a part of this great session. Thank you, and truly appreciate all your help and support in making MassMutual a good organization to contribute back to the ecosystem, and truly appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi Tangriala, for providing your insights. And we actually appreciate your efforts and time in connecting with us virtually. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now there is a panel discussion which is about to happen on sustainability, the mantra for a secure future. So the panelists are Dr. Binish Desai, Recycle Man of India. So he'll be connecting with us virtually, and Mr. Aditya Bangal, 17-year-old founder of Trash to Treasure. So let's welcome Mr. Aditya. And the moderator for this panel is retired Wing Commander B. Srikanth from Pegasystems. Let's welcome him. So yeah, Mr. Srikanth will be taking over now.
Just give us 30 seconds for Binish to join online. As he joins, as the anchor said, this session is on sustainability. And having taken over sustainability in Pegasystems recently, and having done my research, this subject, while it sounds dry from the outside, as you deep dive, it is addictive. Now, sustainability is a very large umbrella, and it is not possible to cover anything in 30 minutes. So we thought we'll just funnel it down to one topic called waste management. And as HYSEA members, when we started researching this, whom to call for this particular panel, actually, when it comes to waste management, we all think, we all like the nicer part of the office, right? And who wants to look at the waste paper dustbin, and more than anything, what's inside the dustbin? And when you want to do that, whom to call? And then one of our panel members suggested two names. One was Dr. Binish Gupta. This person is from Valsad at Gujarat, slightly south of Surat, in Surat, Bombay route. He is called the Recycle Man of India, and he was supposed to be here today, and unfortunately his cousin had passed away due to a road accident yesterday, and he's attending the final. As a man of word, he said that I will not say no to this event, I'll join virtually. But he's in the death ceremony. He said he'll come outside, join virtually, and go back. The other one star of this event is a 17-year-old boy at a place called Bhilwara. I've done my deployments there in Rajasthan. This boy is, I'll call him to the stage first. Come over, Aditya. Come. These two gentlemen are similar in nature. If you see, both of them started something on recycling sometime at the age of 14, 15. Aditya got this spark when he was 10th standard. Now, how do I pitch this topic as a waste management? Largely a theoretical exercise, right? It doesn't, and much of us will go to sleep. In this 30 minutes, I thought let's do this session as a storytelling exercise rather than doing the rigmarole of reduce, reuse, and recycle. So with this adage, if you refuse to reuse, it is the earth that you misuse. Actually, if you refuse to reuse, it's the earth that you misuse. So what we thought, this boy, this Dr. Binish, who's done his PhD in environmental sciences from Valsad, he got a spark out of a used chewing gum that got dried up, which became very, very hard. And he thought he could make something out of it, mix it with sawdust or something like that, and made a small brick out of it. And many of those bricks, he started using it in bathroom tiles at lower middle class public toilets. And from there, he built it up and then said that as a social eco-entrepreneur, he wants to segment all the waste that are there in solid waste management, and wanted nothing will go into because waste is one thing that is purely man-made. Nature doesn't create any waste. What we do is purely, what is that? Yeah. Dr. Binish, can you hear me? It's connecting on audio. It's purely man-made. It is purely man-made. And what we largely do is we just generate waste and we just relocate. And there is a linear economy, there is a recycle economy, and there is a circular economy. The idea is to move from linear to recycle to circular. We have to ask ourselves where we are in this whole gamut. And this boy, he will tell his story. I will not steal his thunder. Just like Sachin Tendulkar, who is the front face, the Sachin Tendulkar as a batsman, as a great cricketer, he became big because his brother pulled himself back and said that you go ahead and I will manage your career. Ayush, can you get up? His brother is there. If you want, you can come over to the stage too. Come, if you want. Yeah. He is managing, and while he does the and he helps out Aditya in all his activities as far as getting this recycle activity done. Hello, Dr. Binish. I understand and condolences for the grievance that your family has faced. And please go ahead, sir. We were talking about linear economy, recycle economy, and circular economy. While we just take waste and relocate to some other place, how do you intend? What created you? And before you start, what is this recycle man about? Recycle man of India. How did you get this? And he is 27 years old and a Padma Shri nominee. Yeah. We can't hear you, doctor. 1 second. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Hello.
Yes. Audible now. Go ahead.
Yes. So sorry that I could not be physically be there due to some unfortunate events. But I'm glad that I'm speaking virtually to everyone, and as everyone is aware, that I'm known as the Recycle Man. It's a very funny incident, I would say, because I was receiving an award at an event when late Shri Arun Jaitley ji was present there, and when I went upstairs, he announced that we are glad that India has the Recycle Man. And that's how the responsibility of becoming the Recycle Man of India came on my shoulders. So this is something that I consider it as a responsibility, because it's not just me, but it's all of us who are sitting out here. It's all of our responsibilities to take care of our nature, because the concept of waste does not exist in nature. It is us humans who have created it. So it becomes our responsibility to get rid of it in a sustainable manner. So what we are right now doing is basically just relocating the waste rather than getting rid of it. So the only problem is, as you were mentioning, that linear economy. So it's basically waste directly going after consumption. The product after consumption becoming a waste. That's linear economy. And India is currently in somewhat in the recycling economy phase, where some part of the valuable products is getting recycled, but there is still a huge amount of waste that is ending up in our landfills. So that's a very big concern for us, and that is something that we need to address, and hence we need to move slowly towards the circular economy, where we reduce, reuse, and recycle, and also repurpose every bit of what we can, maybe from our industrial production units to post-consumption waste, or post-consumers waste that we consider.
As IT companies, doctor, it's like this. Our core business is something else, right? And in 1990s, when we start, even government thought IT is one domain that we are not going to, they're a green industry and it's not going to generate a lot of waste. But over a period of time, we are mammoth waste generators actually. As a social entrepreneur, you've done so many innovations in waste generation. Is it scalable to the level of a large IT enterprise? And what are the 3 takeaways for a corporate to absorb your plans and implement them internally and get into this recycling and within a campus? Because all sorts of companies are there, campus companies, and they have multi-tenanted companies. All right. Whole building taken over by one person, right? Any scalable ideas which we can take over and see whether we can build it up? I guess you are working with Microsoft.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we are developing something very unique for the IT sector, where especially the waste that is generated from the infrastructures, the corporate offices, and also the housing colonies as well. That is something that we are trying to completely make zero discharge. So the idea is that nothing from the particular infrastructure gets out as waste but comes out as a product which can be used for creating new infrastructures or products that can be utilized within the vicinity itself, for which I would suggest every company to start assessing themselves. So we can help you assess with first understanding how much quantum of waste is being generated. So that's first is identification. We divide our process into three things. First is identification, second is segregation, and third is eco-processing. So first thing, identification is how much of waste is being generated, what is the type of waste that is being generated from, but it may be the offices, may be simple coffee shops also which are there in your area, cafeterias, from your households that are in the vicinity. The audit, what we call it as waste audit, is something, it's the first primary source of beginning this particular process of ours. Then second is specific segregation. After post identification, we have to understand what are the waste that we can immediately start recycling from the source itself. So that's the second thing. And post, after the specific segregation, how do we eco process it? What are the different ways and products that are required in the area, which, for example, we make bricks from PP, face masks, and the used paper from the paper mills. Textile waste we are converting into road panels. We are converting the coffee waste that we are collecting from cafes into crockeries, which can be used everywhere, in the households or also the restaurants. So the idea is about, as I said, one man's waste becoming the other man's treasure. And in this way, all the people who are responsible for generation of waste, also packaging waste is a huge issue. If we go to see in the IT sector, a lot of us now are moving towards the fast culture of fashion, in which we are also generating a huge amount of waste that is related to packaging. So opting for environment friendly packaging that are not just eco-friendly but also economically viable is very important.
There's one product that you have innovated is about making crockery from waste, right? As long as it's an external artifact, it is good, right? So it's just about seeing. Now crockery is, you're going to put food on it and then eat from it. How safe is it?
So all our FSSI certified food grade materials. So in fact, we go through a particular process where, so there are only few types of waste that we use for making the crockeries. It's not every type of waste that is being generated. So there are certain waste, for example, coffee and tea waste, which is basically generated from your coffee machines and chai ka kucha that is left over post utilization. So we have a particular process, a patented process indeed, where we are making food grade, food safe, national certified products out of it.
Doctor, one final question to you is, we saw the Prime Minister giving a statement recently and came out as a news sticker that India processes 70% of its waste, right? And it was coming down as an achievement. Definitely, it's a good achievement, no doubt. But what does this mean? Is it incineration, sequestration, recycling, or circular economy? What is it? It's about a lot of things, right? Is it? And 70% of India's waste getting recycled is a big number. That means we just have 30% to handle it. What is the meaning of this statement? Yeah.
It's called it will be, I would call it as a word game, because when it is said that processed, it necessarily does not mean it's recycled. In fact, around the world, most of the waste we consider is being recycled is actually just being relocated. So when we are saying processing, it means that either it is biomined or it is just and the important materials from it.
Doctor, your voice is, no, we can't hear you.
Can you?
Yeah, started off, yes. No. Doctor, we can't hear you. Your audio is out.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so sorry that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
So I was saying that only processing means just relocating the waste or segregating it or biomining it and only removing the important recyclable components from it uh, does not necessarily mean that all the waste that has been processed has been recycled. So there is still a lot for us to do. Luckily I have some positive things because in India we have the culture of jugaad, and our moms are the biggest recyclers. So I would tell every Indian that just follow our roots, because recycling is in our culture and we all are torchbearers of the society. We need to start taking waste seriously and start understanding the real meaning of recycling and execute it, which is the key for us and our fight against the pollution of waste.
Thank you so much, Doctor. We won't hold you from the rituals that you have to pursue. And absolutely a man of word who has kept his word to come and join at a stressful time like this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next person is Aditya. When, as part of HYSEA Infra Forum, when we identified Aditya, Dipyaman identified him, and then he said he recommended, and then yes, now we made the decision. And a few days later, we set up a call with this boy. And as professionals, all of us, when we meet on a business meet, we take decisions, we share notes, we postpone our decisions, we say, I'll come back to you, right? And Aditya, I told him, Aditya, you need to fly down to Hyderabad and participate in this particular conference and speak about what you're doing. Right? What do you think would have been the answer, right? Yeah. I have to ask my parents. I have to take permission from my school principal. This came up, right? That's when I thought, hey, Shrikant, you're speaking to a kid, right? Pitch yourself lower. He's not a decision maker now at this point of time. So when we, then I had to start engaging with the school boy, right? But not a next, he might look like your next door boy, but he's done some phenomenal stuff in life. I will leave it to him. Aditya, what created that spark, and what have you done? And if you want, you can get up, stand, walk around, and then also speak. Yeah, go ahead.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. So, my journey began when I was a young kid living in close proximity of the textile capital of our country, Bhilwara, Rajasthan. So, being the textile capital, there we have dozens of processing plants and hundreds of manufacturing units, which on a daily basis creates so much pollutants that our surroundings are polluted heavily, and it is very hard for us to be there. Polluted skies and low quality air index and every disturbing things like this have been a part of our daily lives now. And because of these, as I had chronic asthma from a very young age, and being my family also being involved into textile manufacturing, I had great insights into what is happening around. The bitter truths and disturbing facts are never hidden, and I was aware of this. Industrial pollution is causing so much harm to us, and as my asthma increased, my parents decided to send me to Mayo College Ajmer in grade 7th so that I could get a better and cleaner environment. So when I went there, only being there for a month or two, I was able to recover from my asthma. And that made me realize that what is happening there in Bhilwara is really, really harmful. And what we have to get on nerve of these problems and find a solution for them. Because if we already destroy our environment now, what can we expect for futures? And also being very keen on the business part, I joined my
Keep your mic a bit close.
sorry. Also being very keen on the business part, I joined my father and my uncle on the various business trips they take. So on such one business trip to China when I was in 10th grade, I joined them, and there we attended numerous textile fairs around the country. And one such fair, I was wandering around, and there I saw this company called Shanghai Pacific. And there I saw this idea that they're converting large quantities of plastic into fabrics every day. So I thought that this is really, really helpful, and we should have something like this back in India. So I studied thoroughly about it, and I even emailed an inquiry to the company. I even got to meet them the next day. We almost sat for 5-6 hours and we discussed everything. After coming back to India, I didn't get that much time because of my schools and everything. But in breaks and all, I studied it thoroughly. And after around 6-7 months, I pitched this idea to my uncle. Then he asked me to work on the feasibility of the project. But uh, when we contacted the company, they helped us thoroughly, and we were able to set up a plant, and we were able to get our fundings in the year 2020 from Kanchan India Limited. And from then, we started setting up our plant. Then the pandemic hit in March, and that was the biggest problem because the technicians and engineers who were supposed to come from China were not able to come, and it delayed our process. And it almost took 6-7 more months after even the first wave of pandemic ended. They were not able to come here because of the restrictions, and we took their guidance online. And in January 2021, this year, we have started our operations in Bhilwara, Rajasthan, and we have converted 2,500 tons of plastic into fiber till now, and are converting 10 tons of plastic to fiber every day.
All this at, what was the age when you got the spark? 14?
Yeah, 14, 15.
I don't know what I was doing at 14, actually. Absolutely. I don't know even now, possibly at many times. Yeah. Aditya, it's like this. About this particular session of yours is being streamed to about 300 colleges and schools, right? There are a lot of people, a lot of children watching it, right? If you have to give three advices, not advices, three suggestions for individuals to take away in their lives as to have a softer approach to Mother Earth, what would you recommend?
So the last 2 years have been very different for all of us, I believe, because of the pandemic. And it was similar for me too. So I got a lot of time on my hands, and I devoted all of it to Trash to Treasure, which is a company. And I got to learn from it that being involved into physical process and getting real life education is a way better education than we get from books. So definitely this is one thing. And I also want to say that you don't have to start big. You can do small things like just collecting waste in your societies and giving it to people who can recycle it and give it back to your society. And you can do your part on very small basis, like using cleaner and cleaner ways in everyday life. So this is one thing. And one more thing I would like to say that I learned from this is that it, one more thing I want to say that what's happening around has made more clear that the future has to take care of itself, and these are some ways by which we can take care of ourselves.
So Ayush, I just want to ask you, after this program, when you get free, come over this side. That's his elder brother and older brother. And I just want one question for you. So what, after this program ends and you have lunch, what's your afternoon plan?
I help Aditya with sourcing all the raw materials from wherever we can. Our plan today is to meet up with a supplier to collect the waste and supply it from Telangana state to Rajasthan, because South India produces the most amount of plastic generation because there's summer all around 12 months. And in North India, it's not the case. And here, government authorities have a plan to collect that waste and send it to people who do it right. I wish I can connect with them and help them in sourcing the material, because it's really getting a tough job for us to find the right people who can supply it at a cheaper price and not think that we're making profits, but we're doing it to help the society. And as Dr. Banish said, just spreading awareness in the households and the IT sectors and offices to how the waste or the products that they're using in daily lives, if they're not relocated as waste and if they're sent to the right people, can help us create a closed loop production cycle or a circular economy as you were talking about. So if we get the chance to collect it from here, and that's why we just have meetings set up that we landed yesterday. We met with 2-3 people who are doing this work in helping companies like us to get this material. So that's our plan for the day, just to find
There's
the
a,
people to connect.
hold on. There's a saying called wealth whispers and richness shouts, right? And wealth whispers, richness shouts. In today's age, when I make a cup of chai, immediately before even drinking it, I click a picture, post it on social media, and there are 250 likes for it. Right? So I went through their LinkedIn pages, Facebook, Instagram. They are not there. 2 connections, and one of he is connected to him, and he is connected to him in LinkedIn. Same is the case with Facebook, right? You are not on social media, you're not on professional networks, but wealth whispers, your work shouts, your work has such a big impact to society. Why aren't you on social media, and why, this question is specifically for those students who are there attending this session actually. You don't have to be loud, right? Your work can still speak.
Yeah, so this is one part I think I'm lagging behind in. I definitely like to cope up with it, but not being there actively on social media has helped me to give me more time to devote it to trash to treasure, basically. Yeah.
Or is it just because you are in your 12th, your parents have banned social media for you? Not
No.
like that. Huh?
Also because we both come from boarding schools where it's not allowed to have phones. So we really didn't get a chance to connect to social media, and always been on the ground experience more.
It's open to the audience if anybody wants to ask anything for them. Real icons for the younger generation who brings such big impact to the society. Anybody who wants to ask them a question? Give me one of the mic, I can pass it.
Very inspiring, Aditya. Very good work. One question. I know you talked about trash. So what's your future plan? I mean, like, do you want to just focus on this, or is there other plans to bring in bigger ecosystem? What's the thought?
So the plastic fiber, which is made out of PET recycled material, that's also non-biodegradable when the fabric is made out of it. So we're making new technologies, so which can recycle the fabric again into fiber. So the whole thing can get into a closed loop. And one more thing we're working on, because our raw material is PET fiber, PET plastic, which is proving very costly to us, around 50 to 55 rupees per kg it is charged. And so we're trying to connect to local societies and people who are collecting their own waste and get it from them. So these are the next 2 big plans we have ahead of us.
You want to say something?
So this is just in countries in Europe, there's shops which are set up where they charge people 2 rupees extra for every bottle that they buy. And I believe if we can do that and have centers like that, when they put in their bottle again and they get their 2 rupees back, that way the bottle can be sourced to us immediately without any. So we planning to set up meetings with the government authorities to come across a plan where we can set up such things.
As part of the infra forum that we wrote a small manual on elimination of single-use plastic from the IT corridor, which we got circulated to all the HYSEA members. Really proud as a culmination of that whole 1 year's work to meet these 2 gentlemen and Dr. Banish, that such impact, that small baby steps bring such impact to society. And these are all scalable projects for every city, every municipality. And thank you for coming all the way from Bhilwara and being with us. It's a pleasure to host you.
Thanking the panel and really Aditya, very, very inspiring. Even I found it personally very inspiring because all the time, even I'm concerned about managing trash. Like definitely daily we generate tons and tons of trash. I was always thinking how to, but I don't think I'm really as brilliant as you to find a actual, method to execute it from trash to treasure. I really hope you keep on doing this work. And I hope you'll be successful, in inventing more methods, optimal methods maybe. So wishing you good luck. And yeah, one more round of applause, please. Thanks a lot. And I now request Mr. Ramesh Kaza, HYSEA Infra Forum leader, to present the mementos to the panel.
And of course, to our great moderator.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. And so you guys have been witnessing long panel discussions, a lot of, insights, solutions and everything. I think it's time for a change. So what do you think the change is going to be? Cultural activities? Yes. So now we are coming up with cultural activities. So Nancy is actually going to kickstart the cultural activities and she is about to perform a dance. And let me introduce you about Nancy. She actually works for an MNC. She is actually an upcoming artist who is a rare amalgamation of an artist, an ID professional, and also a community service leader. She is passionate about face dance drama, Rabindranatyam, which is an established classical dance form. She has been practicing since the age of 3. She is currently working as software engineer at Bank of America, and prior to that, she had experience working with Tata Consultancy Services and Sintel Limited. She has established her own school, Vasundhara Kala Kendra, where she offers free dance classes to the underprivileged kids. In her quest to build better world and society, she has performed on various national and international stages, Delhi Tourism, Cultural Olympiad of Performing Art on themes like Save Water, nature conservation, women empowerment, and many social issues. Her hard work was rewarded with a gold medal in Cultural Olympiad of Performing Art in Malaysia and Singapore in the year 2014. She also bagged Silver Award for India in Cultural Olympiad of Performing Art 2016 and Silver in India International Group Fest 2018 held in Dubai, UAE. One can follow her art on Facebook. So her profile would be Nancy Sahu Choreographer and on Instagram with Vasundhara Kala Kendra. So presenting the audience with Nancy Sahu. Welcome, Nancy. I'm really eagerly waiting for your performance. So no more disturbance. You can take over the dais. Nancy, that was really amazing. I really loved your performance, haven't you guys? And what a grace, what a grace. I really loved the way you carried yourselves and the grace you have performed with. And don't you want Nancy to perform again? Would you love to see, one more performance of hers? But yeah, there is a break in between. So now it's time for lunch break. Is everyone hungry or no? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. So yeah, just have your lunch break, have some nice food, then come back. Then you can witness another performance from Nancy. Let's have a break. So that would be a 35-minute break. I expect each and everyone to complete their lunch before 3 p.m. and assemble here at 3 p.m. Please, everyone.
check, test, hello, check, hello, test, hello, check, hello, 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 check, hello, hello, test, hey, hello, test, hello, 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 test, hello, 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 test, hey, T, T, hey, T, hello, T, 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 hey, hey, hello, 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 check, check, hello, T, 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 hello, T, check, check, T, hello, check, hello, check, hello, check, hello, check, hello, test, hello, hello, check, hello, hello, test, hello, check, one, T, check, hello, check, one, hello, check, hello. Hello, check, check, hello, test, one, T, three, hello, check, hello, check, hello, check, hello, hello, check, 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 hello, test, check, 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 hello, hello, test, test, check, hello, hello, test, hello, 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 check, 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 hello, test, hello, hello, check, check, hello, test, hello,
चेक करो आ रहा है क्या सिग्नल
check, hello,
चेक चेक
test, hello, hello, check, test, hello, hello, check, hello, check, test, hello, hello, check,
చెప్పు
hello, test,
వచ్చేసాను పట్టుకొచ్చి హెచ్ఏసిసికి
check, hello,
వచ్చేసేది లోపలికి వచ్చి
test,
స్టార్టెడ్ ఇట్స్ నాట్ టేకింగ్
रेजोल्यूशन चेंज करना सर
चेंज कर
सेटिंग्स की वजह से डिस्प्ले नीचे एक मिनट सर చిన్న ఎంత 1024/640 లేదు ఇందులో లేదు చిన్న చిన్న
check, check, check. Check, check. Reduce, reduce. Reduce, cork. Check, 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 check. Okay, check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. കുറച്ച് ലെവൽ കൂട്ടി അത്ര ഓർക്കണ്ട. Check, 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 check. 4K. 4K. 5K. 5K. Check, check, check. 8K. Ada 18 katakan 18 9 katakan. 5K. 5K. Same. 5K same. Sure. Check. Okay. Check. Check. 1, 2. Hey. Test. Yeah. First. Check. 1, 3. 2 पे. 2 पे. Hey. अभी दो. Hey. अभी इधर आ. Check. Hey. Test. 1, 2. Hey. Test. Check. Hey. Test. 1, 2. Hey. Check. Hey. Check. Check. Copy. तो निकाला गया क्यों उसको निकाला हमने करके गया था हाँ इसको कॉपी कर इसको 3 नंबर पे कॉपी
चेक 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 ऑन कर चेक 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 5 नंबर का है चेक चेक हे 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 मॉनिटर हे 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 टेस्ट चेक हे हे टेस्ट check check hey again check hey बस है हाँ बस है लेवल बस है check hey स्नैफ तो पॉडियम देख check hey चार्जिंग नहीं है शट डाउन करना क्लोज कर check hey 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 check hey check hey hey check hey अभी check hey test check hey 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 check hey test check hey
check. Very good afternoon, everyone. Is everyone alert? Yes, I think everyone has had a very good lunch. But I'm not expecting you to be sleepy because there are a lot of good activities which are about to happen right now. I request each and everyone to assemble back, take your seats. Even I had a very good lunch. I request everyone to come back and take their seats. Can we start? Is Nancy here? Nancy? Where? Oh, she's there. Okay, Nancy is also ready. So, everyone, get ready to witness a beautiful dance performance by Nancy again. Welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody has nicely eaten and fully packed. So I'm expecting no laziness. Okay, let me share something brief about this performance. One day when Pulwama attack happens, we all know that how many soldiers has left us on that day. And we were not at all happy. We were depressed and many more. But what happened? Modi ji did surgical strike. And the nation got the happiness from that surgical strike. But did anybody of you has given a thought what happened to the families who has lost their father, their son, their husbands? Keeping that scenario in mind, this performance is dedicated to every soldier in the world, in the nation, and hats off to the family who supports them to become and they live their dreams actually. Last time I'm requesting everyone from outside to come in so that I don't want anybody to miss it. Okay. Now I'm going to start. Thank you. Play the music, please. I'm sorry. Can somebody assist me for having one chair on the yes. It will be. That's it. Sufficient. Yeah. So sorry for the delay, but I won't keep you waited for long now. Please, music. Thank you.
सामने चूल्हा जल रहा है, वहाँ आंखों में लग रहा है, जलन भी है आनंद भी। बस आते ही होंगे, जल्दी से संध्या पूजा हो जाए। जानती है वो क्या कहेंगे। जैसी हो वैसी आ जाओ, सिंगार को रहने दो। जैसी हो वैसी आ जाओ, सिंगार को रहने दो। बाल अगर बिखरे हैं, सीधी मांग नहीं निकली, बांधे नहीं अंगे आके पीते, तो भी कोई बात नहीं। जैसी हो वैसी आ जाओ, सिंगार को रहने दो।
महफूज रहे तेरी आन सदा, चाहे जान मेरी ये रहे ना रहे। मेरी ज़मीन है फूल मेरी नस नस में तेरा इश्क बहे, फीका ना पाए कभी रंग तेरा, जिस्मों से निकल के खून कहे। तेरी मिट्टी में दिल जावा, गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जावा, तेरे खेतों में लहरावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। सरसों से भरे खलियान मेरे, जहाँ झूम के भंगड़ा पा न सका, आबाद रहे वो गाँव मेरा, जहाँ लौट के वापस जा न सका। ओ वतना मेरे वतना मेरा मेरा प्यार निराला था, कुर्बान हुआ तेरी असमत पे मैं, कितना नसीबों वाला था। तेरी मिट्टी में दिल जावा, गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जावा, तेरे खेतों में लहरावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। ओ हीर मेरी तू हंसती रहे, तेरी आंख घड़ी भर नम ना हो, मैं मरता था जिस मुखड़े पे, कभी उसका उजाला कम ना हो। ओ माई मेरी क्या फिक्र तुझे क्यों आती?
Wow, what a wonderful performance. You actually received a standing ovation from all of the guests here. It was really wonderful. I really personally felt very emotional when she was actually projecting all the emotions regarding the Pulwama attack and about the soldiers. Nancy, you're totally amazing. It was our pleasure. We're really glad you're actually performing here. So, yeah, now I request Mrs. Mamta Madhureddy, Center Director, GSC, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Chennai, Vizag, HSBC, to come on to the dais and present a memento for a beautiful Nancy. Thank you, Mrs. Mamta. So Nancy, you want to speak something? Honestly, I wanted to ask you a lot of questions, like how are you pulling it off? You're working and you're able to do this. Yeah, please do come.
Job is my profession. Dance is my passion. And whenever I dance, I get so many energy, which I put into my job. So that is how I'm managing both the things. Apart from it, this is really close to me. I actually always cry out on the stage. And salute to all the members who are here doing their jobs and making nation to a very good level for the betterment of the country. I must say, you guys are awesome, but your wives are super awesome. Thank you.
Nancy, thank you once again. And a warm welcome to Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy, Chairman and Founder, AIG Hospitals. So let me give a brief introduction about Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy Garu. Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy is currently the Chairman of Asian Institute of Gastroenterology and AIG Hospitals, Hyderabad, India. Past President of World Endoscopy Organization. He graduated from Karnool Medical College and did his master's in Madras Medical College and DM in gastroenterology from PGI MER Chandigarh. He subsequently worked as a professor of gastroenterology in Andhra Pradesh Health Sciences before setting up Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, a tertiary care gastrointestinal specialties hospital. His main area of research interest has been in GI endoscopy, particularly in therapeutic pancreatio-biliary endoscopy and innovations in transgastric endoscopic surgery. He has published over 670 papers in national and international peer-reviewed journals and has contributed chapters in 20 international textbooks of gastroenterology and has edited 8 GI endoscopy textbooks. So I request Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy to come onto the dais and address the gathering. So this keynote address would be on the role of health infra in Hyderabad's future growth.
Good afternoon, everybody. When I was in college, my professor gave me an advice. He said, never talk after a dance performance. You will be overshadowed. And this is the first time in my life I'm talking after a dance performance. And after the brilliant performance of Mrs. Nancy Sahu, my talk would be a little anticlimax, full of statistics and so on. I'm a gastroenterologist. I deal with gastrointestinal tract, the digestive disease and liver of the patients. So what am I doing here? Talking about infrastructure in Hyderabad. There are two reasons. The first is that over the last 30 or 40 years of practice, I happened to build a couple of hospitals, the last of which is the AIG Hospitals, which is in Gachibowli. It's a 1,000-bedded super specialty hospital, and I had some experience dealing with health infrastructure here. The second reason, more important reason, was when Bharani Kumari came and asked me, I couldn't say no. I did repent a little later because I had to go through all the preparations and had to skip some patients. But then it was too late. So I thought I'd accepted, so it's okay. So what I'm going to do over the next maybe 15 minutes is to try and give an overview of what is happening in health sector, it's always important to have a comparative role of what's happening in the country and in the health sector. So I'm going to divide my talk into health infrastructure in India and what is the importance of health infrastructure for a city like Hyderabad. Of course, all our lives in recent times has been completely upturned by this COVID. And COVID is going to make a lot of difference in terms of how we are going to live in future in terms of health also. What is the way forward for Hyderabad? And of course, the role of IT in whole of this. Let's start first with health infrastructure in India. Health industry, I hate to call this an industry, but unfortunately it's an industry because health is supposed to be, when we are medical students, it's a very socialistic approach. Everybody is supposed to be treated free of cost. We are in the British socialistic system that we started with colleges and with old hospitals. Everything is supposed to be free. But modern medicine has progressed so much. Modern medicine has technology which is supportive of it, and there's so much of change that you can't do socialistic medicine now. Somebody has to pay. It has to be the government or the patient or the society itself. So unfortunately, we become an industry, a terminology that we should not use, but this is so. So if we look at what is happening in the health industry, in 2017, it was worth $61 billion. And now it's $132 billion. Now we talk in dollars because to put it into rupees, it sounds very big. So it's easier to talk in dollars. So it's $132 billion. So you can see a phenomenal jump in what is happening in terms of health expenditure and industry as such. We have now 69,000 hospitals in India and about 1.9 million beds. But surprisingly, 62%, and if you look at what's happening in Telangana, Andhra, more than 70% of beds are in private sector. Only about 30-35% of beds are in government sector, which means that patients have to pay for the health and the government subsidy is coming down. There's 1.4 beds per 1,000 population, whereas in US and UK and even in some of the smaller countries like Cuba and Russia, there are about 2.9 to 2.5 doctors. So almost 3 times the number of doctors there than we have here. There's 1 doctor per 1,000 population, whereas 2.6 in US. And of course, even in nurses, we lag behind dramatically. We have 2 nurses per 1,000 population, whereas you see what's happening in US, 14 nurses per 1,000 population. We are 7 times behind. So hospital industry is growing, but as an infrastructure, we are lagging behind. So India is now poised in a very, very challenging situation. There are many opportunities and challenges. For example, the government has promised to double the expenditure by 2025 by 2.5%. There's a huge foreign private equity coming into Indian health industry. There are good things about it, bad things about it. I think this happened to software maybe about 15-20 years back. It's happening to health industry now. So if we look at, so this is actually a good time to buy health stocks. They're going to increase in price because so much of private equity coming in. There's a huge change in lifestyles. I don't see many obese people here. Probably software as they're very cognitive and they're doing their exercise and so on. But there's a huge change in lifestyles in the population. And we're seeing more non-communicable disease like fatty liver, obesity, cardiac, diabetes problem and all. And these are going to increase. This is going to the future health business. And this is an opportunity. And everybody now is focusing, both the hospitals, the doctors are focusing on how to cash on to this. But the most important thing that has happened in terms of government involvement is the so-called Atmanirbhar that our Prime Minister has declared. So more health industries are coming up in India and health insurances are coming up. In fact, when I started our old hospital, the Institute of Gastroenterology in Somajigoda, about 2 or 3% of patients were insured coming to a hospital, admitted to a hospital. But now in the AAG hospitals, about 30% of our patients are in. So there's a 10 times increase in last 20 years in insurances, but still is not enough. it has to be almost 90% insurances in terms of all that's available before we can give adequate healthcare to our population. What is unfortunately happening still is that it's a very pitiable situation. Sometimes as a doctor, I go back home late in the night and think about it, that you have patients who sold his house, sold his land, in spite of wanting to get his daughter married, puts all that money into his health to get cured. He thinks that he's going to get cured from a terminal malignancy. He comes to us with cancer, which is very widespread. He spends all that money, all the 10 lakhs or 15 lakhs he's got. He's not going to get cured. 3 months' time, he's going to die, and his family is on the streets. For every doctor who sees, every doctor, whatever industry, or every doctor who sees this kind of family of patients, this is a terrible experience. It haunts us, it's a trauma to us, but unfortunately, this happens very frequently because of lack of insurance system in our country. It never happens in any other developed countries. It never happens even in undeveloped countries like Sri Lanka or even China and so on. It doesn't happen. It happens in our country predominantly. And one of the curse of being a doctor in this country is to have to deal with situations like this. And the only way we can get over it is if we had health insurance which covers all our population. Unfortunately, our political systems, I'm sorry to comment on this, but our even bureaucracy has not realized the gravity of this, because all of them are protected. They have their insurances, they are rich enough to afford. But a common man who sells his property in a small village in Nalgonda and everything is gone for him, comes and is not cured, realizes this. So I think this is a very important point, that only way we can save not only the health industry, but only way to save health in our country is that everybody gets insured. Of course, telemedicine is growing. This is another way we're doing. Before COVID, if you gave advice to a patient on telemedicine, you could be arrested. It was illegal. But now, all over the world, telemedicine is being encouraged. Telemedicine as an industry is growing. It's going to become very important in future also. And of course, medical tourism. So many hospitals in Thailand, for example, the whole economy depends on medical tourism. We have superior hospitals. I was the president of the World Endoscopy Organizations, which had 180 countries. I've probably seen hospitals in more than 100 countries. I visited every hospital personally. And I can say with a definitive surety that our hospitals, some of our top hospitals, are better than any hospital in the world. Better than hospitals in the United States, better than hospitals in the UK. But unfortunately, because of the economic challenges we have, we can't function. The hospitals in Thailand, small hospitals which cater to medical tourism, where people are coming in from different parts of the world because they're geared towards that. And Indian hospitals are not geared that. So just very small percentage of that, of our industry actually goes on medical tourism, and we should increase that. Medical tourism, I mean medical tourism from outside the country, because then you can support the local health infrastructure, make it grow with help coming in from other places. Now, there are several challenges also. The challenges of skilled manpower. I told you about the doctor ratio. Similarly, what is not realized is the biggest challenge we have is not doctors, not nurses, but technicians. At every stage of medical treatment, we require superior quality technicians. Unfortunately, we're not training enough. Again, there's no emphasis on this. So few available have a high attrition rate. I train somebody to be very good at endoscopy. I'm a doctor who does endoscopic surgery. My success, 30 to 40% is dependent on a technician beside me giving me all the instruments how to operate. 3-4 months after he is well trained, another hospital beside offers him double the salary, goes off. Huge attrition. So this skilled manpower is not sufficient in our country. It has to go on. The other problem is fast changing technologies. Every 6 months, the CT scan is modified to a better machine, and we have to acquire it. The cost increases dramatically because of that. Now, in addition to all this, we have problems which are partly related to the government. So I should express this. One of it is that, of course, regulatory mechanisms that are there. I know industry has always been a soft target for many of these regulatory agencies. So we suddenly have a pollution control person. He says that the pollution, something is wrong, hospital has to be closed. And you know how that can be dealt with. All of you are aware of that. Similar things happens with the municipality, something happens. And even the local corporator is empowered to come and close your hospital according to the new rules. You can get a gang of people inside hospital. So there's a huge problems in terms of regulation. So we're not helped. So all these problems compound to make it a big challenge to run a very efficient health infrastructure. We have quality doctors, we have quality health infrastructure, but we don't measure up to the international qualities because of all these problems. And these are challenges we have to address. Now let's come to healthcare infrastructure for a city. What's important? Have you ever wondered why around a hospital, when a good hospital comes up, the real estate prices shoots up? When we're building the new AIG at Gachbowli, one good advice one of my real estate friends told me was, why don't you buy all the lands around it? The land cost was very less at that time. It was 2008. We started and very less. I ignored him, and of course, I shouldn't have. And now 10 years later, the cost of land is so much so, it's almost 100 times of what it was before we started the hospital. So whenever this advice to my friends, whenever some good hospital is coming around that real estate, buy the land, it'll be helpful. But also, did you wonder why good hospitals come only in good cities? And this is one of the positive things about Hyderabad. Hyderabad is now rated as one of the best cities to live in our country now. And I think the reason why good hospitals are coming up in Hyderabad is because it's such a good city to live with. So it's a vicious cycle. Good city promotes good hospitals promote better living for its individuals. In our hospital, 70% of the doctors, we have about 500 consultants, 70% of them are from outside the states. They're from Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta. They're all coming here not because of AIG only, but because they believe that Hyderabad gives them a better lifestyle. For the children, it's better schools and so on. So it's all a vicious cycle. The other positive thing about Telangana in particular is that although in terms of population we are 12th, in terms of hospital beds we are 6th largest. So we are much better than what our population is. The only little skewed distribution is that 50% of hospital beds in our state are in Hyderabad. So it's distributed that way. There are about 40,000 registered physicians in the state. Again, a very large number compared to other states. And we have, of course, I think some of the best hospitals in the country, which attracts patients throughout this country. A part of our ability to deal with these patients, the part of ability to showcase Hyderabad as one of the best infrastructures for health came with COVID. In fact, with COVID, hospitals in Hyderabad got transformed. Unfortunately, it is not an easy disease to treat. There were mortality and morbidities, but in general, how it was tackled because of infrastructure in our city has earned praise from all over the country and also from the WHO specifically. COVID also had other issues. I think COVID has increased our ability to recognize the importance of healthcare. And this is becoming very important. In fact, the private equity involvement in health in India has increased dramatically, almost 2 or 3 times after COVID, because they realized the importance. And in our own experience, for example, we had this opportunity to treat 20,000 patients. At a time in a hospital, 100 patients were in a ventilator. We had one of the lowest mortality rates. And the other important thing that's happening, especially in Hyderabad, I think here the government should take the credit that a large percentage of population of Telangana and Hyderabad have been vaccinated. I remember our chief secretary pushing it, and we achieved this. I think this is a very important thing. And a new type of therapy called the monoclonal therapy has now come, and for the first time in Hyderabad, for all of the country, the largest number of patients with COVID have been treated with this therapy, and it's a magic cure. Now we have very few mortality or morbidity. Patient comes with COVID, give an injection, they go back in the evening and they're cured. These dramatic improvements are occurring because of the pharma support that we have in our city. There's a dramatic, and the new oral drug, molnupiravir, is coming again from pharma in our city, which is again going to, you don't even require an injection, a tablet is enough. So these are, I think, major advantages. Of course, there's several COVID education initiatives we started in Hyderabad. We in fact made a COVID protocol book. About 100,000 of these books have been distributed throughout the country for doctors to follow specific protocol. Now let me come to what is the way forward for Hyderabad. I think an important learning lesson for Hyderabad has been that although we are well equipped, we have a good infrastructure, we still have to be better. We require more intensive care units. Whenever a pandemic, you can keep expecting these pandemics. We require more intensive care units. We have to continue to invest in Hyderabad infrastructure. This is very important. One of the major advantages Hyderabad has is that surrounding the hospitals are the so-called basic institutes like CCMB, IICT, IIT, and so on. And we have had several collaboration with these major basic science institute, and they've contributed a lot to research. Some of the largest number of research papers in health are being now published from Hyderabad because of this. So investment is very important to this. One of the things that people don't realize is health education is not only MBBS, medical colleges and all. A lot of health education occurs with so-called DNB courses. And now we have a large number of DNB, Diploma in National Board, equivalent to MD, MS or MCH, DM, equivalent degrees are given. Private hospitals in Hyderabad have a large number of, one of the largest number of DNBs in India are in Hyderabad. And this is another major thing that's going to happen. And of course, we have to have a better medical tourism. There are several ideas. There's no time for me to go into this, but this is easy to do. Airport connectivity, the last mile connectivity from airport to the hospital, how patients are received, the visa reception and so on. There's several things that can be done by the government to increase medical tourism so that we can do it in a better way. And of course, finally, IT and software industry. As corporates, I think it's very important that you must not only invest and support. There are a lot of CSRs that are coming on to take any hospital. I'm not talking about AG, but we are getting support from this, from, for example, the Nizam Institute and so on. You should support this. Other thing is that we're encouraging everybody to get this basic life-saving techniques training, and we're doing this now in our institute, that corporate should come. The security guards are now being trained, so this can be life-saving. Many hundreds of patients in last few months have been saying, just because the security guard in that building has been trained in these basic life-saving techniques. We have this AEDs which can stimulate the heart, which are kept, one of them in one office, that is sufficient many times to save a life. And I think you should, especially the software industry, should co-partner with many of the health hospitals here to create an environment, to create new solutions, because this is going to be the future. Digital health is going to be the future, and you are the ones who can do it along with the health industry. And of course, as individuals, we always give this advice of healthy eating and exercise. And the most important thing and the most important advice is, please avoid Dr. Google. I have many patients coming with self-diagnosis saying, I went into Google, I have this terminal disease, I have Crohn's disease, I'm going to die in 2 years, what to do? Kindly avoid this. Vaccinate yourself and follow all the procedures and you'll be absolutely all right. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful insights regarding the medical and health industry. And I now request Dr. Bharni Arul, President of HYSEA, to present a memento to Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy Garu. Please, sir.
I just can't hold from just saying a few words here. First of all, sir, thank you very much for coming. And really, I know this time is so critical for you. I always say that, like this hospital is like Tirumala, right? Where every patient wants to go and take the darshan of Balaji. Like that, in this hospital, every patient wants to see him and become comfortable, and that they think that they'll be saved, right? That's the way it is, and that's a fact, gentlemen, ladies. Yeah. And secondly, during the COVID time, I'm not sure how many of you have seen his videos. Regularly, it was telecast, it was just kind of viral on WhatsApp, where he was giving a lot of encouragement and telling a lot of facts about COVID. Right? That's something very, very helpful, sir. And third, and the most important is, you represent the medical community. And during the COVID time, you know what we have gone through, right? I think it is, just with all due respect, I request everybody to raise and give that respect to him and his medical community for the work they have done as frontline warriors. Thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate all your help and support. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we all are very well aware that HYSEA encourages a lot of startups. So today we have called up the founders of 2 startups who want to pitch their work in this industry. So initially, let me invite Mr. Sunil Madhikatla, founder and CEO at Blue Semi. Welcome, Mr. Sunil. So I request you to address the gathering.
Hello, everyone. This is Sunil. I'm the founder and CEO of Blue Semi. I have 2 minutes, but 2 minutes is too long, actually. We pitch to investors in 30 seconds. So let me talk about one product that we have built around COVID, which you all must have seen. It's called Sense, a product that monitors your temperature and integrates with all your employee management, visitor management, access management systems. And this product is available in 5 countries now, and we have 40 B2B clients. Indian Railways is our largest customer. But this is one product that we have built during COVID, and this product, even this box, is built in Hyderabad, purely in Hyderabad, actually. And this was, thank you. And this was during the lockdown, where nothing was available for us, but we made sure we built this product out of Hyderabad. And then we saw what a huge potential we have in Hyderabad in terms of manufacturing a product like this. Whoever are our clients, whoever takes this, they say it looks like Apple, but we don't want to compare with Apple. Instead, we want to be better. So in this regard, we have built one more product around health tech. We are a consumer health tech company, where so far people worry about their blood glucose levels, heart rates, ECG. And during COVID, it was a painful process to even get an appointment with a diagnostic center. So let me reveal this. It's not in public domain, but I'm not sure how our marketing team will respond to me, but I want to reveal that. We have built a pocket-friendly unit that will give all the key vitals of your body within 60 seconds. All that you need to do is touch it. And through that, you can take your lifestyle decisions. Do you want to eat a cheese pizza? Do you want to have alcohol in the evening? Have it. Let the device tell you, let your body tell you that whether you're fine to do it or not. That way, you can still your life and you can still have a healthy life. That's what we are building. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil, and we wish you good luck for your future endeavors. And so the next person who is about to address the gathering is Mr. Shiva Tekumudi, founder, CEO, Intrin Data Analytics. Welcome, Mr. Shiva.
Thank you, HYSEA, and thank you, CBRE. My name is Shiva, founder and managing director of the company called Indrian. We built a product which automates an entire commercial real estate processes, that is maintenance and operating processes of the building. So the way we designed this is there is a lot of a huge wastage in the buildings, which is around $1.5 trillion annually. So we built a product where it automates, starting from the morning till evening, what and all we, automate and avoid that paper-based maintenance and all the things. The way we design the product is we make an expert-driven Yeah. So we make an expert-driven system and replace with a data-driven system. The way we are doing it, we collect that last mile data from the buildings, and it could be the PPMs, or it would be the 52-week calendars, it would be the, with the sensors and, mobiles and all those things. We use an ML and AI to automate an entire process. So because what happens is we touch on each and every, aspect of the building maintenance exclusively for the commercial real estate spaces. And it could be the housekeeping and security and all those things. It could be the, the measuring and monitoring of utilities and AMCs and all those things, which is really required for the automating the infrastructure. Nowadays, if you see that the basement of the, any commercial space building, we have seen a lot of mess out there and a lot of box files out there, a lot of manual systems out there. We have seen, we have seen the so much, the automation, out there, but still it is a lot of the problems within paper-based system, though there is a BMS systems and all those things. So what happens is we just, created a system and which can use for this, the government buildings and then, all kind of real estate spaces. Since I have the less time to, demonstrate, I can just, go through that, who and all we build it. We are 5, the engineers and 1 FM, we have built an entire thing. And we currently manage more than 12 million, the square feet in Hyderabad and over there. And my only ask is like, this is kind of a, the product, it looks like that. You can utilize the product and it is easy to deploy. It hardly takes, 1 week to really deploy and up and running, and that's it. And this is what product looks like that. And what I advise is, my request is, if you allow us to, take a 4 weeks time for any of your building for the 1 million to any 10 million square feet, you could able to, deploy in the 4 weeks and, provide the, benefit out of it. We measure ourselves by reducing the cost of per square feet. At least if I charge for 1 rupee, we can give back at least 2 rupees back to you. That's what our promise of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shiva Tekmudi. And next, it is pitched by HYSEA patron ICICI Bank. I now request Mr. Prashant Singh, City Business Head, Hyderabad ICICI Bank, to come on to the dais.
Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Prashant. I'm from ICICI Bank. Just to first start with, I welcome you all for the HYSEA Infrastructure Summit 2, and we are the patrons for HYSEA as well. So I have a quick 2-slide presentation to show you. And ICICI Bank, as you see, can we move to the next slide? What do we do, typically for the infrastructure support? In terms of while we are tied up with HYSEA, let's look at what kind of infrastructure that we have built here in Hyderabad city. First to start with, I'm sure you would have seen our Mammoth Towers at Financial District, which is 4 million square feet space, and it is platinum IGBC graded. And there are 15,000 employees who are housed out of this particular facility. And more so, this facility offers 24/7 the international call center, where there are more than 3,500 employees work out of this particular call center, where globally this facility handles 1 lakh calls per day. Additionally, we also have 24/7 international trade servicing. That means all remittance transactions undertaken globally from here in Hyderabad, which we're very proud to tell you this. And the health insurance claims and the motor insurance claims are also centrally undertaken from this facility. And adding to this, we have 136 branches here, and we are expanding by another 60 branches in the next 6 months' time. And we are experts in having the society-based branches. So we do community banking with locker facility. And also all SEZ in large buildings, ICICI Bank branch has been placed to do again the community banking. So we also manage 1,000+ ATMs and then 11 credit processing centers. And also, it goes without saying, we have the India's largest integrated cash chest here in Hyderabad. Now here in how actually we utilize this infrastructure here, the core ecosystem, if you look at, our HYSEA association has been quite fruitful, that we have been able to reach out to a large tech space. And the T-Hub is also the startup ecosystem of CCMB, and of course the T-Hub is a big plus for us. And we are tied up with government and PSUs to ensure that the entire payments and collections, if you look at the traffic challans that get charged, I don't know how many of you have traveled on Charminar, Middle Charminar Road, 1035 is the money that gets charged to you, and that goes through ICICI Bank. Though I'm not quite happy about it, but I'm quite happy that it is digitized. And the pharma and the engineering segment as well, it is completely digitized. And the real estate as a space, if you look at, it has been grooming much faster because thanks to the outer ring road and also the proposed regional ring road. Now, we have been part of the complete ecosystem of funding both residential as well as commercial realty space. So do consult us in case you need a space, and also at the same time, if something to be done on the realty space. The next slide, quickly to cover the 360, the corporate solutions that we offer at a bank level is any type of credit, right from packing credit to the ECB funding that we can do for the realty space that you might be looking forward to. And of course, the overdraft and other vendor bill discounting. And for most of the corporate, you must be looking at CGT MSC, which is a government program. We do it for any corporate having an experience of more than 2 years. Now, the payment solutions, as I mentioned, right from vendor payments to the collections, we've completely digitized. I think I'm sure you can reach out to any of the ICICI Bank branch or a folk to explore this particular aspect as well. Now, the other system is about care. The care is right from during this pandemic, having group health insurance, group mediclaim, group motor insurance, group life insurance. We also look at Keyman Insurance and some of the companies which are going for the red herring prospects for an IPO. Even the director's liability policies, what we can cover. And last but not the least, from the employee point of view, the salary accounts online gets open in 30 seconds without having human interface. And also the iMobile, the most favorite app of the country with 250 plus services are being downloaded from the iOS platform as well as Android platform. And the assets at a very lucrative pricing, right from credit card, personal loans, home loans, mortgages, and the ESOP funding is what we do. And of course, the investment opportunities along precise request from my end. Thank you, the ones who have been choosing to bank with ICICI, and have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Prashant. Now, pitched by Vamshiram Builders, HYSEA event sponsor. So, I welcome Mr. Gopinath, Vice President of Vamshiram Builders, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. From banking, we move on to commercial real estate. I'll be pretty quick. I've been given a slot of about 3 minutes. I'll try my best to really not hold you beyond 3 minutes. So what is Vamshiram? What are our values? These are things which I'm going to really skip quickly and go to the main content. This is our mission. We are very dedicated. We believe in supreme quality, and we believe in ensuring customer loyalty as far as Vamshiram grows. And our key values is customer segmentation, key activities, and how does that translate into customer relationship. Ultimately, there is a set of values which this group believes in, and that's how we have been successful as a commercial real estate developer. Where are we today? We have done 25 plus years of trusted service in commercial real estate in Hyderabad market. We have completed about 80 plus projects. We have developed more than 65 lakh square foot of office space. Currently, another 2 million is being added. So that will take us to the next league of about 10 million square foot in Hyderabad market. Exciting times to come. And this is something which we really stand for as an organization. We believe in superlative designs, being on time always, which is very, very important for very large IT tenants in the country. We believe in developing trust. And we do that by having a meticulous planning and ensuring that the quality is always the number one thing which we keep in mind when we work on behalf of our customer. That's the message from our leadership. I'm not going to go through the entire statement, but the three key things which you can take out of this is we believe in doing things in a very passionate manner. We believe in our people and we believe in performance. That's the message which our visionary leader, Mr. Subbareddy Garu, believes in. So some of the key portfolios in the IT Park segment. So if you see, there are like about 5 projects around the cluster of financial district in Nanak Ramguda. And we are in a very advanced stage of completing at least 2 projects. So this ensures that tenants who are willing to look at Nanak Ramguda as a key market for them, they'll have flexibility to really get into an ACZ, non-ACZ. And there's always an option to ramp up at a very short notice. That's what Vamsiram can offer. Some of the key projects, this is an SEZ building, which is 1.3 million square foot, ready for fit outs, and space is readily available at this point of a time. We have some key tenants who are operating some high-end technology from this building. Typical grade A space. I'm not going to go too much into the detail, but if I'll have to take one key out of this, this is a gold-rated building. It meets all criteria of sustainability by ensuring that LEED rating is met, and pretty large flow plates, which means you can have a very efficient flow in this building. Another building which is under construction, this is again an SEZ, should be ready by about mid next year. This is another non-SEZ building, probably the tallest building of Jyoti portfolio in financial district. This is about 22 floors, 1.7 million square foot of warm shell space, and flow plate of about 76,000 square foot. Another project which is under construction but should be delivered by the next year end, that is December 2022, is a VSD Tech Park. Granules, which is definitely a very exciting project. It's 0.7 million square foot in the location of Kondapo with very large flow plates of about 42,000 square foot. And this is one among the newest launches from the Vamsiram Group. And this should be an ongoing project which you all can consider for 2022 Q3. Amenities, no longer the buildings are going to sell by itself. It's about the amenities to get back people to come back from home and work. So we believe in creating some world-class amenities. And some of the customers who are with us at this point of a time, these are some names which we populated on this slide. And we are also a big retail player, and these are some of the best names which you can really look at if it is retail players in High Street, especially the Jubilee Hills area and the Banjara Hills area. And we have various offerings in this stretch as well. So what do we stand for? CRE is corporate real estate, but we have coined it differently. We believe in customer centricity whenever we design and we offer solutions. Relationship is a very key thing, and we have grown to where we are because of our customers and their past referrals, and we believe in excellence. So the final message which I can leave for this August audience is that when you think of value, please think of us, think of Vamsiram. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gopinath. And now it's time for another panel discussion. So this is a panel on workplace transformation, post-pandemic opportunities and challenges. Let me introduce the panelists. So the panelists are Ms. Shanti Naresh, partner and India business leader, Mercer. And the next panelist is Dr. Ramesh, MD of Archinova Design. So let me introduce the moderator of the panelist. He is Mr. Prashant Nandala, President and CEO, First Source and Secretary, HYSEA. So let me give a brief introduction about Prashant. Prashant is responsible for the successful execution of long-term growth plans through building an agile and resilient global delivery footprint, enabling digital transformation in line with our digital-first, digital-now approach, and developing new age capabilities while enhancing employee experience. Prashant has over 20 years of experience across various domains with renowned brands like Cognizant, D, Shaw, UBS, HP, GE, and Citi. So I request Mr. Prashant Nandala to come out the dais.
Good evening. It's been a long day, so we'll get to this very quickly. I have an extra panelist on the panel, and that's why I think the moderator had, the MC had to stop in between. But we have 4 panelists today. I'd like to have them on the stage. Colonel Raghunathan, please come on board. He's the head of facilities for TCS, a renowned figure in the industry, and has helped scale TCS to a 60,000 seater capacity in Hyderabad. So please come, sir. Ms. Shanti, she's a partner and the India business leader for Mercer. It's glad to have you here. You come down from Bangalore. Please join us for the session today. Dr. Ramesh, he's a renowned figure in the architecture industry. He runs a firm called Arkinova, right? I got it right, sir? Yeah. So he's done multiple projects across. I'll have him on the panel today. And we had a wild card. So Vinay was here. I asked him to join us. Vinay is a good friend, and he's the head of HR for TechM's IT business. So we're going to have him today for some time. Yeah. So it's a conversation. It's not going to be a panel. So we'll keep it easy and nice and fun to cover various topics. While we cover the topic today on post-pandemic challenges and opportunities on workplace, I think there's a lot that's happening which determines what the workplace should be. So fundamentally, there are 3 parts that contribute to how a workplace should sort of shape up. And I think the first thing clearly is about the nature of work itself and how is that changing. The nature of workforce and how that's changing in today's context, and then to cater to the nature of work and the nature of workforce in today's context. How should the workplaces be organized, designed to sort of cater to those segments of population that's going to come on board? With that in mind, I think there are several studies. All of us have read this for a long time, understood various things. But quickly, I want to turn over to address the first part of the conversation today in terms of nature of work. This question is to Ms. Shanti. Work itself is transforming. There were so many new jobs today which never existed. How the jobs are performed today are changing dramatically. I'd like to get a sense from you in terms of what are you seeing as trends based on your consulting engagements with various clients across, and what you're seeing in the markets in terms of conversation on this space in terms of how the nature of work is transforming itself.
Thank you, Prashant. I think you spoke about work, worker, workplace. Actually, all 3 of them come together. When we talk about work, we have defined it as going to a place, doing something for a fixed number of hours, and doing something by yourself, by oneself, right? A person. I think that the person is where the biggest, I think, fundamental change is happening, because we thought of somebody as a permanent employee or a contract employee. But there is a new breed of employees who actually bring their specialization and almost like an electrician or plumber work for a particular job only. It can be for a few hours, it can be for a few days, it can be for a few months, or it can be something longer, but they will finish that and move on to their next employment. So I think that is the most fundamental shift. And we call that as the gig workforce today. Another interesting concept, which I think will come more and more, is that we thought of shift working when something needed to be taken care of for 24 hours. So we said, let's break it into 8-hour shifts and have 3 people doing the same job. But today, even that 8-hour job is being broken up into 4-hour jobs because 2 people are saying, I want to job share. So I think work is changing quite fundamentally. Workplace, as we all know, is like, we are talking about flexibility quite significantly as well. So the worker in the future will be the contingent worker, the job sharing worker, the gig worker, and the regular full-time employees like us. Yeah.
Thank you. That's very informative. I agree. Art of possibilities have improved. We have to have controls in place. Sometimes that people do 4 jobs for the same hours that they spend. So how do you manage that is a big question from security and safety that we're all dealing with. But when I just, cutting over to you, you've been working with technology parts of the business. So clearly, I think there's been a lot of evolution and way technology projects have been delivered over a period of time. What trends are you seeing in terms of that work itself being delivered differently especially in the new context of what we've sort of taken over the past pandemic, right? So any thoughts on that?
Yeah. So just to add to what Shanti said, so first of all, the work has been adapted in a fashion so that it can be it can be delivered from home. So just to give some example, there are a lot of BFSI customers who were not willing to let people work through VPN from places. They were very rigid about it has to be done from the ODC, where the whole security is configured. So the first big change happened is that the pandemic has really made sure that every organization accept this paradigm that the work has to be adapted so that it can be done from home. That's one fundamental change. The second thing is, as I think globally all the corporates are thinking about strategy to move to the hybrid model of working. So they're segmenting what is the type of work which can be done completely, by person himself without any much interdependence. The second bucket, which requires intense collaboration, so largely has to be done out of the office, and something in between where certain degree of collaboration required, but by and large, I think it can be done from home. So that segmentation is also reshaping the work and putting into different buckets, and the strategy for these three buckets may be slightly different. The fourth point is that we used to call about the work-life balance. Now this is a work-life integration. So by and large, I think the entire corporate world has really accepted to this paradigm that there's no point fixing the hours of working. Outcomes are to deliver. So the day may look like that you work for 2 hours and some personal break, some other work. And so you may probably work in tranche of few hours in a day. But that's perfectly fine with the corporate now. So these are, I think, things which have emerged from pandemic in my view.
Lovely. And I was reading through some stats, and HYSEA did a survey. I'm sure there are other surveys in the market. Clearly, I think there is a strong belief that some of these changes are irreversible. There's going to be a middle path somewhere in terms of a hybrid operating model, in terms of what's the right operating model. And there are studies that you saw in the morning, as well as what we're reading from various studies, that potentially, 80% of the workforce eventually work in a hybrid operating model, which is partly at office, partly at home, whatever frequency, whatever structure that we want to put in place to manage that, right? So that's going to mean significant changes in the way policies and systems are built to manage this dispersed workforce. And this is to Colonel Raghunathan, right? Wanted to get a sense in terms of being part of the management team, working through defining the new set of policies, procedures, the whole role of the projects, the facilities, and the employee engagements team have significantly transformed. So what are some of the things you're seeing in this space, and how do you think this is going to evolve over a period of time?
Yes, thank you for that. I think policies were, first spelled out, initiated, formulated for office space. And when you're saying that it was office space, the office necessitated that people came, worked as per their, as for certain very stringent laws and certain expectations that the company set for the employee to work in. Now, having said that, this pandemic has taught us that we have to work. The office space has stretched out to beyond the limits of offices and the boundaries that is defined by your physical infrastructure. So there are two aspects to it. One is what the policies has to be, revisited in terms of what are working hours, as what Shanti just brought out. What would be the definition of the employee in terms of more of these gig workers coming in? So those will have to be again redefined. And also there is the government regulations for SEZ employees also. So that is one place where all the government regulations have been relaxed with the pandemic in place. Whereas they expect us to come back to office when the pandemic is eased out, or when we come back to office in whatever shape and form we come back, or stretched out in time right now. So they have not given any kind of directions as far as the SEZs are concerned, but they've just given certain leverage where we can flex and, utilize the bandwidth that is available at home or wherever we are located. So that is one policies which has been relaxed, but we do not know. It will come back, maybe roll back to the thing, which will force our policies to be effective again, the old policies to be effective again. But nevertheless, there is going to be this, not every place of work is a SEZ, there are DTAs working, there are STPIs working. So those places will definitely have their advantages in terms of utilizing people who are staying far away and still not, they would be compliant. Now, coming to the other aspect, where we have not really matured is the insurance part of it. When a person is working in an office space, he's supposed to be insured. And there are certain compensations, certain, the HR may have certain other compensations, which is defined that if a person meets with an accident or any kind of incident that happens in the office premises, he's compensated accordingly. Now, what is that defined as? That will have to be revisited again. Now that will have to be reworked with the, so these are open areas which we have probably not, still in the process of formulating and defining. And we'll need to go back to on the, definitions of that, because these are very, very open things which have not been, really delved into in depth, because the pandemic has taken us to business continuity. Business continuity has been redefined today in a different way. We always look for an additional office space for taking on this additional role. All those things have changed. Today, now we'll have to redefine business continuity also. How is it going to be affected when a person is sitting in a remote place in some village, and if he's got a physical issue with, maybe it is a, some power failure, or it could be very torrentious rains, he gets cut off and he's a critical resource. How do you get his job on board in a different place? So people have worked it out. We've had the Chennai floods, we've had the, so many hurricanes coming in and out. So weather has changed, people have moved out, and it is stretched out the definition of offices. So when we talk about all these policies, it has to be all encompassing, and it has to be redefined in a big way. So we can't miss out any of these things that I've spelled out just now. I think there'll be more.
Absolutely. You brought the work person compensation and structure. Clearly, there are cybersecurity insurance elements that need to be thought through in terms of how you can mitigate some of these at home and at office and all of those elements, right? So those are other open items, I guess, that we're trying to address as an industry.
Yes, that's the cybersecurity is another big area which we have faced. We've instituted a lot of firewalls and other things where people can work from. But nevertheless, that's a big chunk of money which goes out of the corporate operating funds. They've had challenges too. And you have multiple people working from the same house, from maybe for different companies. All that are challenges which needs to be formulated.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Over to Dr. Ramesh. We were easy, right? There was a time when we were consolidating spaces. We're trying to create big, huge hubs. Urbanization was big, right? And now I think we have hit a stage where we have a big hub office, but we have almost everybody in the office working remotely. So a 10,000-seater office is now 10,000-seater core hub plus 10,000-seater distributed offices at homes of individuals remotely. So the world has dramatically changed, right, in terms of how things are today, and it will come back to some level of equilibrium at some point in time. But wanted to get your sense in terms of, the design of this workspace itself. What are some of the things driving these design elements, and how do you see future design of workspaces? And even if you keep a 10,000-seater workspace, how will that look like going forward?
Now the entire corporate is moving towards people first. So the priority is given to the people who are working in the offices. Then the second point, which I would like to stress upon, is the daylight factor, which at the end of the day, it's the people who's going to bring the revenue to the organization. When it comes to design perspective, it's going to be the space planning. We are talking about area analysis. We are talking about certain facilities to be given to the people. As you rightly pointed out, 10,000 people working in a campus now is come down to maybe about 3,000 people. Over a period of time, I think it's going to be a hybrid kind of a model, as analysis has already been in place across the globe. This is going to change the way, and the design should comprise of the space, and analysis of each person requiring the space is going to change over a period of time. So at the same time, as all the panelists have spoken, the number of people working on different fronts is going to change. So eventually the design is going to change, and we are looking for the change actually, and change is inevitable. So we have to accept it. As an architect, yeah, we do have challenges when it comes to space, because real estate is expensive. And from the client's perspective, you have to look at the, one is the CapEx, next is the OpEx. So these are the quite a few challenges which we are going to see.
Got it. Thank you.
If I could just add, some of the things that I have observed and heard companies talk about is, people are tired of just working in one mode, right? So they're tired of just working from home or just working from office. So why do they actually want to come into the office? And here is why, like there's a very compelling business case for HR and infrastructure to come together and, create that space. Because why people want to come back to work today is for the social interaction, for building on each other's ideas, for feeling like they belong to that company. So if you're designing infrastructure, then keeping some of these things in mind becomes important. Consequently, we think that we will see smaller cubicle and smaller number of cubicles or offices, but we'll see more open spaces, more collaborative spaces, the more cafeteria space, maybe with all the hygiene requirements in place, and maybe more conference rooms that allow for collaborative activities. That's just a hypothesis,
I
Dr.
would
Ramesh.
like to add on to this. One of the offices which you're going to design for a corporate here, where the collaborative space is almost like 1/3 of the total carpet area which you're going to work on. So suppose the space is about 10,000, we are going to have a 3,000 square feet of collaborative area. So the way people are looking at offices is something different, and that's going to be the future actually. Because as per the NASSCOM data or any data you look at, the age group starts at 25 when they join the office and goes up to 50 plus. So the way people are thinking about office and the sense of belonging and the pride in which they want to come back to office is changing today. And that has to reflect in our design when we design the entire floor plate or the corporate area, which we call it.
Absolutely. I think there's an hypothesis which I wanted to put on the place, and maybe any one of you all want to sort of comment on that. We've been deliberating, obviously, we moved to a fully work from home model. I think some of us have gone to a model where we're having some percentage of people coming back to office. Some people have evolved to the extent saying that you'll have 3 days a week, somebody comes back to office. Some people have gone to a stage where they've said, first 2 months of your career, work from an office, and then later you can work from home, and then periodically you want to come in at some point in time to drive collaboration, right? There are several aspects that are there. But the general hypothesis has been, it's easy to scale an existing business than set up a new business virtually 100%, one. And the second hypothesis that's there is, we can keep the lights on, but to drive innovation and deeper collaboration and culture, we'll need to get people back into work and have some face time at office, right? So I know you alluded that a little bit, Shanti, but broadly wanted to get some perspectives from Colonel Logunath and maybe from Vinay as well. What does he think on these, what are your views on these two topics?
Yes, definitely. See, I've seen this complete corporate culture which is coming in from various walks of life. We take people from the entire country, and when it was in the pandemic, the induction has taken place where people have been selected and they've been recruited from across the country. So today, but they still don't know what their office looks like. So when it comes, it is going to be a bipolar thing. On one hand, there would be a challenge
that they may or may not come back to office. At the same time, there would be one lot which will say, yes, I'd like to go and see what my office looks like. These are the freshers. But when it comes to, collaborating, there's nothing to substitute the man behind the machine. Whatever artificial intelligence may come in, I'd like to quote a simple example from the defense. Way back in the 65 operations, when we had, we had the age-old tanks, Ibrahim tanks, and and the Pakistanis had the Patton tanks. And what happened was, Patton tanks were way ahead in technology, but our forces could, drive away the people from the tank because they did not know how to handle it. So technology may be, but you should know to get the people on the technology. It is very important. We won the battle. Yeah. It is very clear because they did not know how to handle the equipment. So that is it is very important. And finally, it is the man behind the machine will drive business. And as what you said very clearly, when people come back, though there may be a 30% flow space for collaboration, it is business driven. There are some parts of business which says that, yes, you can work from home, but there is another part which requires them to come to office. It would be business driven. There could be a, formulation of a, policy that says that, yes, you have got to circulate at maybe 3 times, 30% of the year, you come to the office overall count. It could be staggered because we will have to also accommodate those people who want to come into this place and work from their office. Their facility in terms of their support structure should be available to them. So you can't expect them to come for a week and go back. It may not be possible. You can't just keep accommodating people in hotels. That is also an expensive cost. So we'll have to work out on that, and the workaround will have to be worked out on that.
Fair enough. Vinay?
Yeah, so I think we did some focus group discussions. I realized I can use the term social equity. So building social equity is absolutely essential for anybody to be effective at work. And we basically took two sets. One, people who have been in the company few years before the pandemic, and the other set were the people who have joined during pandemic. So people who joined during pandemic, even after working for 6 to 8 months, you could see that there's a discomfort. So work is happening more transaction-wide, but there is a disconnectedness. So I think the hybrid, how much to work from home, how much to work from office, will be determined by what actually minimum presence required to generate a sense of belongingness and the social equity, which is extremely important. Without relationship, we know that the work probably doesn't get done very well. So that's one point I want to make. So new joiners, we're trying to basically make sure that few days you spend in the campus, meet colleagues, get yourself familiarized, and develop some belongingness, and then you can work from home. The second point in terms of workplaces is that earlier workplace was basically, of course, most of the corporates have a decent, very nice workplaces to work. But when people come back, their expectation will be to have extraordinary experience. So this is just not a place to work, a minimum things required. So they will look at, so whether it's food or transportation or the places to relax, and basically more facilities, amenities from wellness perspective. So that workplace enhancement is something we would see going forward. The new constructions really taking care of it very well. The old facilities also have to evolve. So in terms of mindset from HR and the leadership and the facilities team have to be, how do we deliver good experience, which people can say, though, it's a very nice break from work from home. When I come here, I get nice food, and there, beside meeting people also, there's some consumer experience they get to feel.
I would like to add to what Vinay has spoken. This has already commenced off in IT sector, IT corridor. That's called refurbishment. Over the period of time when people are away working from home, we try to spruce up the space by changing the color, the texture, a little bit of ceiling sprucing up, and changing of fabrics. These are small things can bring a change. When a person walks in, he feels, when I left the office a couple of months back, probably this was what was there. That's a memory which is lingering in the mind. Now, when he walks in into the new space with the new change, he feels slightly better. So that's a kind of a feel-good factor when he comes back to the new office. This already commenced now in a couple of companies across Hyderabad, Chennai, and Bangalore.
Lovely. It's interesting, right? You get a new look. It's almost like remodeling,
That's right.
to the Asian Paints ad, right? You change the home, you change everything when they come in and experience something new. So linked to this, right? So, there was a euphoria. We all as industry struggle to enable our associates and colleagues to work from home. We know what the pain that we all went through in March, April, to some extent in May, and then we started, employees started working from home, and all of them were so excited for the initial part, right? Every survey that happened after that, the satisfaction levels of employees who want to work from home perpetually is kept on reducing. We saw the study in the morning that Mr. Lenny from CBRE sort of shared with us in terms of it's almost law of diminishing returns, right? So clearly, I think there is a push, right? There are really radical situations happening, right? Some people who really want to work from home, some people saying we really want to come back to work, right? So that's sort of emerging. But I think one big thing that's coming out from this whole thing, and we realized so many new things as part of this journey, that at home, we all thought it's easy, but there was a lot of space constraints, infrastructure constraints, just space, right? You don't have space for yourself. You're going on, you're intruding into someone else's space. It's created a lot of other socioeconomic challenges that sort of started stepping up. So with that, I think well-being sort of started becoming a big topic of discussion in the past. So, and we know that this change is irreversible. There's going to be an hybrid operating model that's going to come up in future. So in our, maybe this question is to Vishanti, and then I'll come back to you, Colonel Raghu, right? So from a well-being standpoint, what are some of the policies and procedures that are being thought through and implemented to make sure that, we are equipping people to be more effective and providing space so that they don't get stressed out with what's happening today, right? That's a big part. And I had a linked question to it. I'll come back to Vinay after that, but just wanted to get your perspective on these two topics.
I think well-being is, being redefined quite significantly. And I think Colonel Raghu, you touched upon it, which is the whole notion of insurance itself is changing. What should you insure a person for? Where? Should it be only the individual? Should it be the rest of the family? All of these, I think, are questions around the physical wellness of an employee that are being re-examined by companies. But I think when we think about well-being today, the mental well-being has become equally important. And focus on that is, I think if I were an employee, the three things today I want to ask is, are you giving me the choice? I may not have the same space as my colleague and neighbor. So can you facilitate my coming back to work? And work from maybe not the office, 10 kilometers from my place, but something near my house, right? Can I get a WeWork or a CBRE space, or, I'm sorry, I have to be politically correct here, right? I don't know which infrastructure organization to take, but, can I drop into an office? Can I drop into a seat that you can create for me for some parts of the day or the week? I think is one of the things that companies are thinking about. And that's really from the mental well-being perspective. From a mental well-being perspective, a lot of organizations, and I think you can add some more examples here, are doing a lot in terms of facilitating gym memberships, encouraging physical fitness, and the doctor spoke about, getting out and actually being healthy, right? And running a lot of sessions for employees on taking care of themselves. A lot of companies have also instituted a hotline which can provide counseling to employees who require help and are stressed out. So I think these are some of the initiatives I can think of.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so just to add to what Shanti said, is that I think in my view, the biggest, I would say, point has come forward in terms of wellness is the empathetic leadership. So basically leader being sensitive that, whatever work pressure is there, how to counterbalance that, how to basically just make sure that when the person is going through a vulnerable phase? How do you really, very strongly stand beside the person? So the empathetic leadership, right from, and some of the basically organizations and consulting organizations have been very vocal, saying that right from CEO also. So beside financial acumen, business acumen, the executive research search companies are told that even CEO also, we want a clear demonstration of that. Is the guy empathetic? Does he care about the people? So empathy, empathetic leadership, which is more of a facilitation style. So of course, get a sense of the objective that as a team we have to achieve, but lot more inclusive, lot more sensitive towards basically balancing out the stress the person might be going through, is one of the biggest takeaway, and all of us need to kind of learn more of emotional EQ and the empathy part.
Thank you. You want to say something, Doc?
There are two things which now today's developer who have already promoted the slides here we're talking about. There's a hybrid kind of a house which is already started off in Bangalore, where it's a multi-storied building. I am answering Shanti's question, where after a couple of floors, you have a space for the office people to come there and then log in so that you connect to your office. So this kind of a change is already started now in the market, where you need not go to your workplace directly, where you come to a common area in your own building at your own comfort and then log in at your convenient time in your space. So that's a kind of an innovation which is coming in the architectural domain.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Ramesh. I think last question. I know we've been running a little late. I wanted to make up for some time before I cover some closing comments, right? We spoke about workspace design. This is about Colonel Raghunathan and Dr. Ramesh to you. There is a need for collaboration, understood. There is a need to get people back to work, understood. There's a need to redefine workspaces to create some of this that's going to happen. From a process or technology standpoint, what innovation are we seeing to make sure that, we are thinking through and mitigating some of the risks that could be there from safety standpoint? Because these workspaces on collaboration, there are no slots that maybe there are slots, right? How do I fix it? I'm going to think at this time to this time, nobody else can come at this time, right? So, because it needs sanitizing, cleansing, all the elements that we sort of did, right? So when the same space is being used by several people during the course of a day, it's not a personal workspace for an individual. So how is the safety aspects being taught, and what innovation from a process or technology is being implemented to make sure that, if the situation continues the way it is, we're still keeping our associates and colleagues safe?
Yeah, a very valid question, because IT industry is a people-intensive industry, and we have a lot of touch points. And we've seen during Corona, the basic point of the touch points is what really, we thought was a big threat. Masks shielded us from and gave us the fresh air that the filtered air that we needed. But when it comes to the touch points, you touch some surface, you go and touch your eyes, you're still contaminated. Yeah. So these are the kind of fears that people have. And to come back to office, definitely there is a big psychological barrier for people, for more so, not because they are, most people who are above 18 are vaccinated, but our workforce is young and they have children who are working, who are at home, who are below 18, well below 18. So they still have that apprehension that if I go to office, I may bring back home the contamination. So that your question is absolutely valid, that we have to make sure that we try and, so a lot of technology that we have brought in, we've used, chemicals, which, we have set processes for housekeeping. They play a major role in making sure that all the touch points are sanitized. We make sure that there is availability of sanitizers everywhere. We have seen it here, we have seen it elsewhere. We've also made sure that we have, thermal scanners, so that we
measure the temperature of people who are coming in. We've also made sure to set certain processes to accept equipment which is coming back from, through couriers also. So kitchen, even in the cafeteria part of it, we've made the food simple so that there is least amount of contamination. We give them packed food. We give it so that we don't have to, don't give it very elaborate, so that there is minimum touching. It's not like the buffet kind of a thing, because there won't be any control. People, 60, maybe 3,000 people have to come and eat their food and move out from the cafeteria within this thing. So now that the people have not come back to office, the strength is low. We are not operating kitchens. We've told them, okay, you bring in as much as possible, bring your own food as much as possible. And if we give food, we try and make sure that they are given a simple menu which is packed and sealed. So it is. So these are some of the measures that people, most of the IT companies have taken up. And then you have a process when people come into the thing. We do a thorough check with respect to, they have to have the Arogya Setu app installed in their mobiles. We need to make sure that they have no contamination from their home front. So we make them to give themselves to give a declaration at the gate. Even if it's a gardener, he has to come in. He's explained in Telugu that this is the process. So these kind of processes, which many of the companies have instituted, will make sure that we are at bay as far as the risk is concerned, but it cannot be eliminated. But the risk can be reduced. So we have instituted all these. The AHUs have been fitted with, high-end ultraviolet, reducers. All these kind of things have been happening. As Dr. Ramesh was mentioning, that like the AHU filtration plants need to be, IAQ also needs to be monitored. So all these things are happening. With all these things defined and spelled out very clearly, I think the associates can come back to office. They will feel confident of doing that, because they are looking at, okay, can I see what I can see on WhatsApp and what I can see in the media, social media. A lot of preventive things can be there, but is it there in my office? So we have a lot of touchless products which has been instituted, be it taps, be it physical on the doors, whether we can have it, where you can use your shoulder or elbow rather than your hands. All these things are done. So that is where these kind of things will bring back the confidence of the workforce to come back to office.
Got it. Thank you. It's very informative. Anything from you, Doc? Thank you. Yeah, great. I think very, very informative. We had some good dialogue and some conversation. Clearly, I think there are tons of opportunities. There are some challenges that we don't have answers. Not everything needs to have an answer on day one, but I think we know how to solve problems. So we'll identify those challenges and solve those problems. Clearly, I think, it has to be people centricity is important. I think everything has to be focused around that. We clearly know that, processes won't solve everything. Technology has to be embraced significantly in the way we do things. Yeah. Mike?
Thank you. And it was very pleasant and very informative discussion. Thanks a lot. I had a couple of points also to share on this aspect. One, we all heard from architecture point of view, facilities point of view, and I'm speaking from a line of business point of view. From a line of business point of view, people are complaining like if we are called to office by force, then there is attrition. Now, this is something tricky and very sensitive. I would have to take 2 points here. One is, man is nothing but a social animal again. So in the virtual reality for last 18 months, we have hardly been able to see each other. which is not a case in physical presence. And it's very sensitive to ask, hey, switch on your video, because we do not know how they are dressed. It's a comfort zone. And it's very difficult, even for gents or for the ladies. Part one. There is a lot of moonlighting happening. People are working for multiple companies, doing the same code, sending to 2 different people. They're working double employment. And the reason, I'm not doubting the employees, please don't get me wrong. I'm just taking a point here. So the reason why people don't want to come to office, which they were already coming to. So why this drastic shift? One, completely could be attributed to the traffic, saving, pollution, time is one part. The second part is some kind of complexity. Maybe somebody else is doing the job. So there's a serious concern there. And on the moonlighting, there's a report from the survey organizations. So this is from the line of business point of view. And as rightly said, in the family, people can work in different companies. There could be competitors. And the common room has got sharing information, and the manager's discussion is heard by everybody. So, there's a lot of other ecosystem which is generated in the how, which may be little detrimental from the perspective of coming to the office perspective. I really appreciate the points on facilities and HR point of view, but there's a bigger point on the line of business. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you bring some good points. Moonlighting is a concern, and it's being trying to be addressed globally, not just in India, right? Across, there are challenges and issues. And clearly that's something that we need to solve for. So appreciate that point there. I was incidentally, right, just to close out, I was doing workshops with a bunch of teams over the last 1 week. And the answer I got, at least from about 14 focus groups, was 85% of the employees wanted to come back to work as soon as possible. So it's very heartening, right, to hear that statements, and we are trying to make that available and enable. So obviously it's going to be different from cities to cities. It's going to be different from where we source talent from. For example, our survey in Hyderabad said that 42% odd people that are supposed to work in Hyderabad don't live in Hyderabad now, right? So clearly, and I was corroborating to the leaders at some point in time. There's one district in Andhra where we have 1,000 people who are coming from, right? So, and they really have no incentive today to come back to work if they have an alternate job that's available through another company who's not following the same norm, right? So I think, but over a period of time, things will get normalized. It's a challenge, as I said, in the short term. But I think, we will start seeing some of these challenges go away when everybody sees the value of long-term value of having people spend at least part of their time at work compared to, at home, right? So maybe it's the hybrid operating model is what it is, but I think, thank you everybody for a very good conversation. Hopefully it was useful, informative, and we don't have all the answers, like you said, but I think they'll evolve, and as and when they evolve, we will try to do our best to sort of circulate back to our teams through our HYSEA surveys that we do on a periodic basis. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, panel. And I now request Anup, Deepyaman, Srinivas, Darga, who are all the HYSEA Infra Forum members, to come on to the dais and present mementos to the panel. Thank you everyone. And now we'll have two video addresses by important industry stakeholders. The first video is from Dr. Andrew Fleming, British Deputy High Commissioner, Hyderabad. And the second video is from Mr. Joel Reifman, Consular General, US Consulate, Hyderabad. So let's watch them.
Over 4 years. And I can say that this is a fantastic. I'm home to something like 12 million people. On the one end, there's some amazing history and culture to be discovered. And the other, behind me, is a modern Hyderabad. This is a place where 5 of the world's biggest tech companies have decided to set up their second largest offices in the world. This is also a place where 1 in 3 vaccines are manufactured. And of course, the ambition is to grow even more. So in terms of infrastructure, there are endless lists of potential project opportunities. These include the construction of further outer ring roads, the improvement and extension of the metro system that this city has developed, and it's already the second largest in India. Development of new specialist arts, such as the farm, and improving the country's cities, water and sewage treatment. Then there's also plans to expand the current airports and build new greenfield airports in some of the tier 2 cities in the state. And in the time that I've been here, the number of British
Okay. So next is the leadership note. So let me introduce briefly about Lieutenant General V.G. Padankar, PVSM, UISM. Retired Lieutenant General V.G. Padankar is a former general officer commanding 14 Corps. General Vinayak Gopal Padankar served the Indian Army for 40 years. He held several other important command and staff appointments, including commander of a mountain brigade in the northeast and an infantry division along the line of control in Kashmir, as well as military operations directorate. He saw action in the 1965, 1971, and Kargil wars. General Padankar is a much sought after speaker on defense matters. I now request V.G. Padankar to come and deliver his leadership note.
All right, can you hear me?
This video.
Right, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
All right, all right. I take it that you all can hear me. Unfortunately, I can't see you, which is a great disadvantage, but be that as it may, I think we'll do the best we can. Right. First of all, let me start by thanking HYSEA, particularly Mr. Bharania Cole, Mrs. Razdan and Chaya for making this possible for me and giving me this opportunity. So thank you very much. I've been asked to speak on leadership under crisis situations or in crisis situations. Before I go on to the topic in particular, like leadership in crisis, let's first talk a little bit about leadership itself. What is leadership? People define it in several ways, and largely those are very theoretical kind of definitions. For instance, some say leaders help themselves and others in a group to do the right thing. They set direction, they build an inspiring vision, and they create something new, or they go and achieve something. So is it all about achieving something? Is it only about winning something? Another set of definitions also describes leadership is about developing people and helping themselves along with other people to achieve their full potential. That again sounds a little theoretical to me, although it's true that that is a part of a leader's duties or a leader's function to build teams, to build future leaders, and so on and so forth. Okay, those definitions may be quite all right in routine situations, and but crisis situations need a little bit more. In fact, a lot more, I would say. Leadership in crisis needs to be with greater spontaneity, a greater drive, a greater ability to motivate. Because in crisis, when there's a lot of pressure, more pressure than the usual routine one, to finish one's task, whatever has been assigned to him or her, there is the extra pressure because of the crisis situation. And we want to motivate this group
this team
General
to
Pavekar, sorry to interrupt you. Can you hear me? Hello? Sir, can you hear me?
Of that team.
May I request you to turn off your video?
And make any situation. Unfortunately, there is no time or leadership under trying conditions because there are no. Yeah, I can hear you. Any better now?
It is much,
Is it
it's
any better?
much better.
Better now?
Much better, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Where would you? No. Perfectly all right. I understand. This is all part of the crisis management. But let me know. Where would you like me to start from? Should I go back to where I started, or should I continue from where I was?
You can continue. You can continue.
All right. I was talking about a template or a standard operating procedure for leadership in a given situation. That is so because there are no similar situations. No situations are exactly the same or similar. Let me give you an example. Take an aircraft emergency, for instance. Let's say an aircraft engine failure or a fire on board an aircraft, multiple kinds of emergencies. Now there is a set drill. There is a standard operating procedure which tells the pilot in command what is to be done, how to overcome an emergency that has suddenly befallen upon him. And, that more or less guides him and his actions in that crisis, in that emergency situation. I would take your mind back to the situation where a very brave pilot, one Captain Sully, although there was a standard operating procedure, what is to be done when the aircraft engine, one engine fails or both engines fail, what is to be done? And he had just taken off from New York's LaGuardia airport, and he knew exactly what is required to be done because it is a standard operating procedure. But then his knowledge, his experience, and his leadership qualities as a person in command prompted him to take a decision apart people at that time thought he was nuts or he was crazy to do that. But in hindsight, we know that he was able to save every single passenger and the crew. And imagine if he had just gone by the standard operating procedure, the aircraft could have crashed either short of the runway, on the runway, maybe on a building, and it would have been disastrous. So there is something in leadership in a crisis situation which demands you to go beyond the standard operating procedure, even if there is one. It is always good to learn from examples and experiences of successful leaders. But I think it's more important, pardon me, to develop one's own brand of leadership. That is important. You cannot simply say that because Captain Sully did this, in every kind of emergency where there is a river available, I'm going to go and land on the river. That's not how it works. It's your acumen, it is your quality as a leader and your ability to take decisions under special conditions or circumstances. Some leaders are leaders by virtue of their appointment or their station in the hierarchy. I'm sure audience is very familiar with that. And they, of course, have an advantage because they have time to build a team in their own image, how they would like that team to respond in a crisis. So they have an advantage, having been
having the leadership being sort of thrust upon them by virtue of their job, their appointment, their hierarchy. But some leaders, on the other hand, are leaders by virtue of, they're having cultivated themselves as leaders, as potential leaders, if and when a crisis situation arises. Those people, those leaders tend to develop a very strong foundation for themselves because they have worked at it from ground upwards or the hard way, as it is said. I was talking about leadership being thrust upon you. There was an old saying I remember many years back I heard that some are born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Some acquire it, and in some cases it is thrust in their mouths. So that is what happens actually in the case of leaders too. Leaders, by virtue of their job, virtue of their appointment, are the ones who are the first category, that is those who are born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Some acquire it by working hard at it, and in some cases, they just appear crisis situation by rising to the challenge. It's the third category which is to be admired the most. The ultimate test of leadership is always in a crisis. When everything is routine, nothing much can go wrong. Even if a wrong decision is taken by the leader, or if the leader is not there to take, can have very grave consequences. Let's see what are those attributes which can help a leader in crisis. First and foremost, it's knowledge. I would place knowledge as the first attribute that a leader must have, which leads to professional competence, professionalism. Professionalism and professional competence comes from knowledge. Of course, knowledge comes by experience. I must apologize if I keep giving you examples from the army and my first experiences in Kashmir, because that was crisis every day. Each day when I was serving, um, three things could be happening. A heavy shelling from Pakistan, well, firing across the border, resulting even in artillery shelling. There could be attempts at infiltration and therefore counter-infiltration operations, or there could be counter-terrorist operations taking place in the hinterland. So it was, every day was a crisis situation. So I'm tempted to sometimes go back and look for examples from that. Now, as I was talking about the cross-border firing and Pakistani shelling, when I went and took over charge of a division size force, which was a huge force, which was more than 20,000 troops. Actually, standard would be about 15 to 20,000. I think that division had around 30,000 troops. Anyway, when I went and took charge, I found that the Pakistan artillery was able to merrily shell our areas, and we were not able to respond, not because we were found wanting in terms of courage or will to respond, but because of technical reasons. Our guns were deployed behind a mountain range, and we just couldn't cross the mountain range and reach those artillery locations from where the Pakistanis were firing. Now, where does knowledge come into this? My knowledge as a former artillery officer told me that if you remove this mountain range from here, perhaps you can reach out to those Pakistani guns. Now, how do you remove the mountain? By actually going ahead and deploying your guns on top of the mountain. Now, everybody told me that it can't be done. They said, no, because these are big guns. The mountain roads cannot take them. So I said, why can't we dismantle them, take them on top, again assemble them, and then start firing? They thought I was crazy. But then I said, no, my knowledge as an artillery officer tells me that it can be done. Let's do an experiment. And we succeeded. Thereafter, all our guns went on top. Now it had a dual advantage. One is the Pakistanis couldn't reach us because we were on top of a mountain, well hidden from them. And secondly, we could not only engage the Pakistani army guns, but reach much further deep into their areas, which helped us a great deal during the Kargil war. So what I'm trying to say is that the knowledge always comes in handy. It doesn't matter where that knowledge you had acquired, whether as part of your professional learning or as part of your experience. Another complement of knowledge is general awareness. You can't say that I'm a mechanical engineer, so I know only about what is there to be known about mechanical engineering. Your general awareness is also next attribute, which I consider very important, is confidence. Confidence in one's own self as a leader and confidence in each member of the team. You know, it is infectious. You have a confident leader, everybody down the chain of command, everybody who's part of that team or that group starts feeling a shade more confident because they have confidence in their leadership, who actually demonstrates the level of his self-confidence in every action that he takes. And that is important. Third attribute, which is important, is the ability in decision making. And I might add the word quick decision making. Everybody can make decisions. If you take a very long time over a decision, then at the end of it, that decision may not even be required. It is said of one of our prime ministers, no names involved, or I will not name him, but I believe whenever there was a crisis, his formula to deal with it was just let it pass. Just don't do anything, don't say anything. And eventually, the crisis will come down to a level which is like a routine decision making, or you may not even have to take that decision and the crisis would have passed. I wouldn't advocate that because that's no leadership. That is taking your chances or actually shying away from taking a decision. Of course, in decision making, you have to display courage. It need not only be physical courage, but also moral courage and a courage of convictions. When you're convinced because of your knowledge, your experience, your background, your attitude, that this is the right decision at this time, one must go ahead and do it. It is better to take a decision. If it turns out to be wrong, it's part of the deal. You can't be right 100% of the time, but it is far, far better than no decision at all. And taking no decision has a terrible, terrible effect on those whom you're trying to lead. They will lose whatever little confidence they may have had in your leadership the moment you show this ability to shirk, or not ability, the tendency to shirk taking a decision. Of course, a part of that courage which I mentioned is the ability to take risks, calculated risks. and affordable risks. These are things which come out of experience. And like I said, there is no template, there is no yardstick, there's no gauge to go by. When you say take risks, you don't have to, you should not think of taking risks at the expense of your people whom you're leading. You should be able to come forward, lead from the front, and expose yourself to those risks first before you expect others to be exposed to that risk or to take those risks for you, for your decision. Once again, I'm going to go back to my experience at in J&K. And this is the ability to motivate. One of the things that I found when I went back to J&K after a long gap, I found that there was no incentive for junior leaders to take decisions. They would simply ask their superiors what is to be done. And I thought that was absolutely negative. That is no way to fight a war. That's no way to face an enemy, particularly an enemy like the Pakistani, who can be they can be big bullies if you allow them to be. And I decided that the one thing they're not going to do or going to be able to do is to bully us into anything. So I just gave a very simple formula. I said, we are Indians. When we get something from someone, we always return it and return it with something extra. You know, even if you go and borrow a cup of sugar from your neighbor, when you send it back, send that cup back, you don't send it empty, you send something with it. So I said, let's not forget our traditions. So if the enemy fires a rifle at you, you please reply back with a light machine gun. If he fires a light machine gun at you, you please respond with a medium machine gun. A machine gun should be responded by mortar fire, and mortar fire, I will respond with artillery fire. Leave something for me also to do. And that worked like magic. Our troops, within a matter of a week, became so confident, and the effect on the enemy was so vivid that I must tell you, a couple of intercepts we got actually made me realize that our policy is absolutely the right policy. I'll refer to two incidents. One is when we intercepted a Pakistani message. There was a commander on top of in a Pakistani post talking to his superior, who was at the base way back a couple of miles behind. And he said, sir, please don't mess with these Indians. They fire back so much that in due course of time, you will only have to evacuate our dead bodies. Please don't provoke them. Let us not start firing on them for no rhyme or reason, because what we are getting back is like a ton of bricks. So I said, okay, if the Pakistanis are putting their tail between their legs, that's a very good thing. And this so-called Pakistani bully has now come to terms finally. There was another incident, but I don't think I'll say that right now, because there's much more ground to be covered. Ability to build team spirit. Now, you don't build team spirit by a group drinking or something and having a great, orgy of drinking on a Saturday night or a Friday night or something. That's not how you build team spirit. But this spirit is some other spirit I'm talking about. And that is the more intangible but a lasting virtue. That spirit I'm talking about is built up by showing and receiving loyalty. Loyalty is a two-way traffic. You give loyalty and you get back loyalty. It's always so. The loyalty which you take for granted is only superficial. The loyalty I'm talking about is the quality of loyalty where a person would do whatever is in his or her power, even at the risk of his or her life, or in the civilian world, at the risk of his or her job. So that is the kind of loyalty I'm talking about. And it always works. It never fails. Once in a time, exception might prove the rule. But I'm saying 99.99 recurring, loyalty always works if it's made sure that it's a two-way traffic. Selflessness is another ability of the leader to build team spirit. Are you using, sometimes leaders have to ask themselves, are you using the members of your team as mere rungs in the ladder that you're trying to climb? Which means you're climbing on their shoulders, on their backs to reach a higher pedestal? Or are you taking them along with you? Selflessness is something that gets demonstrated without your trying, because your subordinates will realize it in a very short time, whether you're using them for your own advancement or you're using them because he thinks he's as much part of your team and he is as much interested in your progress as he is in his own progress. The third thing that is absolutely essential is personal example. And in this, the most important quality that comes to mind is integrity. Absolute honesty and integrity are the key elements of this particular attribute. In a crisis situation, the first thing, I've been a pilot myself, and all emergency procedures have one starting sentence. The starting sentence always is, do not panic. Because panic makes you forget everything. Forget your knowledge, makes you forget your experience, forget the quality of your team ability to deal with it. So,
General Patankar, can you?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I interrupt you for a second? Can you
Not
hear
at
me?
all.
Sir, maybe request you to conclude in 5 minutes, as we have some constraint in the hall here, which is forcing, because we have accumulated some delay through the day, and we are hitting the constraint. That's the reason. My sincere apologies, but would truly appreciate if we can conclude, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, let me give end this with an example, and I think that'll be my last thought. Situation sometimes throws up a leader, and he may be a subordinate leader, but that must be encouraged. In every situation, you will have people coming forward and saying, "Sir, I can do it." Now, if you know your team members well, you will say, "All right, I'm giving you the responsibility. I will back you up. Go and do it." A very simple and quick example I want to give you. During Kargil war, the enemy was getting very aggressive. And I thought the best way of defense would be offense. So we decided to go right where the Pakistanis were, on a high ground, on a high pinnacle actually, and we said we want to go and capture it and give the Pakistanis a bit of a shock. Never in his wildest dreams would he think that the Indians, who were at the mercy of their fire, would think of attacking back in a situation where they are worse off. But that is precisely what I decided to do, because I thought that is one sure way of making them retreat. And when we were contemplating this, a young Havaldar came forward and said, sir, give me 4 men. I will take these 4 men through a difficult route and we'll go and establish a foothold on the mountaintop. And at a signal from me, my comrades can come up and we'll capture that place. This is precisely what we did. Unfortunately, that young Havaldar died in that attempt. When the enemy launched a counter-attack, he was at the forefront and he actually sacrificed his life. But we captured that piece of ground, and till today, we are in possession of that piece of ground, and that has given the Pakistanis a lot to think about. This is the kind of spirit which sometimes is thrown up by a situation, and a good leader spots the opportunity and rises to that challenge. Encourage building future leaders as part of your team. Learn to take an occasional mess up by your subordinates in your stride, and allowing your team to grow, and don't take them as a threat to your own job. Are these some key thoughts that I would like to leave with you? The final word on this is, what is the proof of your leadership? How do you know your leadership has been effective? Just one thought. If your subordinates begin to think, how would Mr. So-and-so, so-and-so, that is yourself, have done in such a situation? How would he have tackled this situation? If your subordinates start thinking that way, that means you've been an effective leader in a crisis. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, General Padankar. Thanks a lot. And I now request Mr. Darga Srinivas from Bank of America, TN Networking and Disperse to conclude this event with the word of thanks. Oh. Okay, sorry, it's a slight mistake. So Sharifuddin, Mr. Sharifuddin from Cognizant will conclude the event with word of thanks.
Yeah, very, very, very good evening. I know with this, we are coming to a very great conclusion, and what a great day it was. And it was a stimulating, sessions and thought-provoking sessions all through the day. I think there was never a dull moment. So I think the